I've got the beats.
I've got the beat stick.
Hey chat, how you doing chat? Welcome to the stream today. I hope you all had a nice night. Did you all get a good sleep? Welcome to my ASMR stream.
Here are some fun facts to start your day. Octopuses have 3 hearts and blue blood. Elephants are the only mammals that can't jump, similar to your mother. Bees can recognize human faces. Crocodiles can gallop.
I just have one question. Who asked? Hey bitch. Who asked?
Good morning, chat. How you doing today? We have a banger of a global lab. Oh my god. Did you guys peek at that shit yet? Did you guys peek at that shit yet?
I've got the beat stick.
Is he fucking out of breath? Yeah, Shy's getting nerfed, baby. Booyah! Let's go over it. I also patched Global Lab because I want to get on there and take a little peeksy peek. A little peeky peek. Little peeky, peek, 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 peek. Oh, let's get the light on. Oh, let's get the camera on. Yo, what's up, chat? Actually, let's go to watching camera. Boop. Okay, let's go. Okay, where is it? Boom. Get a little global lab in there. We go boop. We go boop. Get rid of all the fucking ads. God damn. Fucking website, man. I swear to God. Look at this. Look how much we trimmed it down. Oh, we could probably trim it down some more. Boom. Okay. How's that, chat? Oh, let's get some music rolling. Greetings, adventurers! We're here to share an update on the upcoming overhaul of the damage calculation formula, which we first announced at the recent Heidel Ball. Okay. Our original plan was to gradually roll out these changes to the Black Desert Lab starting today on July 11th. However, due to the fact that every part of the combat system is deeply interconnected, testing would be less accurate if we applied only a portion of it first. Therefore, we've decided to apply all combat improvements at once on July 18th on the Black Desert Global Lab. Also, there's nothing on Global Lab today. For the official servers, we're aiming to have the changes applied as early as July 23rd, so a week later, and no later than July 30th, depending on the results of our testing. Since this patch includes a wide range, can make it slightly bigger? If I make you fucking slightly bigger, how about that? What if I go like this? Boop, 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 boop. And then I go boop, boop. Wait, what is that? No, boop. I go boop. There we go. Since this patch includes a wide variety of shaders today, we would like to give you an overview of the main improvements coming next week. To make the transition as smooth as possible, we'll share detailed information on each change in next week's Global Lab notes. We're committed. Okay. So, new stat interface. Looks like they have shit separated. And these look like a bunch of different types of monster damage or something. Ooh, mouse movement while using skills had a great impact on the PvP balance depending on availability and skill level. In addition, because mouse movement forcibly changed the character's animations in the middle, it also caused a desync issue, and the character's visible location and actual location were different. In an effort to provide a better PvP experience, the use mouse move feature will no longer be available while using skills. In situations where skills are not being used, such as gathering, you can use it in the same way as before. Boom! They figured out a middle ground. Okay, we're going to get plus 8 AP per 1 sheet AP for monsters. Monster Zone, as the damage rules, such as previously announced, increase in extra damage against monsters according to displayed sheet AP have been changed. The overall Monster Zone balance will be adjusted. The following will be reflected in this Monster Zone balance adjustment. So, adjustment to monster AP DP and AP limits by Monster Zone. The required AP DP for each Monster Zone is further specified. If the maximum AP is exceeded in each monster zone, any additional AP over the limit will be applied at a 5% value. Oh, they're like all Elvia caps. Any classes with high AP are getting fucked. Because that's how our damage is decided. Oh, I hope they consider that. Bosses will be 50%. So existing maximum. Oh, 1490? Well, we're going to be way past that. Wait, they're making Darkseekers higher than Dokkaebi? The hell? As the required stat of monster zones are becoming more detailed, the loot obtained during grinding will be adjusted to allow that profits that match the required stats. So they're going to bump or reduce stats, I guess, or money, I guess. Previous monster zones that were using Ager's Fever were classified separately, but now this distinction will disappear. The effectiveness of Ager's will be adjusted to be similar at all zones. Fuck yeah, that's a good change. I thought it was always bullshit that you should only use it in certain spots. Tunkuda, who gives a fuck about that shit he plays? Okay, damage reduction. Changes to the damage reduction rate application rules. All buff effects gained when using skills with damage reduction effects will be changed to not stack. Example, when the damage reduction rate buff effect of protected area is applied, the damage reduction rate effect of elements and generate skill is not applied together. So the strongest one is just going to overwrite the other one? What is bodily rejection? The bodily rejection debuff. Oh, is this when you get hit by a PA, right? This is where you can't get PA'd a second time. You cannot receive damage reduction buffs that last longer than 6 seconds or have a skill effect of 50% or more while under bodily rejection debuff. In the effect of Corsair Awakens Labao on deck, the effect that you cannot receive the same effect due to a separate debuff remains. Even if you have that debuff, you can still receive the effect of protected area. You cannot receive only Labao's help. Okay, whatever the fuck. Who cares about Corsair? Among the buff types, buffs of the same type, the one with the higher effect is applied first. And when the effects of the same numerical value, the buff with the longer duration is applied. When using a buff with the same effect as a buff that is already applied, the duration is renewed. If you use a buff with a higher value than the buff already applied, the buff will be refreshed with the effect. And if you use a buff with a lower value, it will not be applied. Okay. That makes perfect sense to me. The following effects are removed from skill add-ons. No monster damage, no human damage, no damage reduction against monsters. Oh, that's actually sweet. That's one more step to making our add-ons the same for PvE and PvP. Wait a minute. Let's fucking go. That's a good fucking change. Now the extra damage against monsters increased value in the skill add-ons has been moved to a bonus monster AP section. Accordingly, the effect is in the skill add-on is removed. The extra damage against humans is only applied to monsters, and the buff applied during PvP has been changed to extra damage against adventurers. So the additional damage effect of humans from skill add-ons has been removed. This has been changed so that skill add-ons can be used equally in PvE and PvP situations. Bless, 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 bless. Accuracy and evasion. As previously announced at the Heidel Ball, I'm liking all this so far. As previously announced at the Heidel Ball, all character skills will have their accuracy and skill accuracy rate increase effects changed when using the skill, or when a hit is successful removed. In addition, the skill effect rate for the skills and summons will also be removed. The accuracy rate equivalent to the existing standard accuracy rate of 25% for each character. Oh, that's a buff for Sage. Awakening Sage has 2.5%. 22.5%. So we're actually getting a 2.5% buff as an Awakening Sage to our accuracy. However, the accuracy rate increase in passives are applied by replacing the accuracy rate with all accuracy 4 to 1%. So, cool. The effect of decreasing accuracy rate, increase evasion rate, and decrease evasion rate will be applied basically the same way. Class damage ratios. The class damage ratios set for each class depending on the attacker and defender in PvP has been greatly simplified. It will change to be divided into 3 groups. Rock, paper, scissors. Boom. So you just do more damage to the opposite type, and certain types do more damage to you. So let's think about this. I'm pretty sure this is Suck Sage, their Onslaught. So that makes us Surge. So Suck Sage does more damage to Awaken Sage? Oh my god, and we do more damage to the tanks? Fuck yeah, I'll take that. Fuck the tanks. Fuck those bitches. And Shy is a tank? Oh, hell yeah. Fuck them. Okay, unified class damage ratios for all characters. The class damage ratios for all characters will be unified to 89.29%, and accordingly, the PvP damage of each character will be adjusted to maintain the current PvP damage. In the case of Dark Knight, the current average class ratio is 91.79%. So when the class damage ratios grouping is performed, the PvP damage of all skills will be increased by 2.5%. Oh, so you could probably go through right now. If they're just going based off the average, that's going to mean that there's a damage bump for some classes and a damage drop for some classes if there's some big differences at the extremes. We will have to go through sages after and see who we're stronger against and who we're weaker against. Now in the skill description, the expression damage reduction rate during PvP will be changed to damage reduction rate during PvP. Damage application. Oh. Oh, gotcha. So they're just flipping it. So instead of them saying it's going to be reduced by this much, it's going to say this is how much is applied. Okay. The special damage increase will be applied to the summoned creature's attacks. So the overall damage dealt by summoned creatures will increase. To prevent the damage of summoned creatures from increasing excessively, the damage of that skill has been directly, so they're going to reduce the damage of summons to make room for that. Adjusting the effects of increased AP, decreased DP, and increased special damage. Okay. May have a little sip of my tea, because Sage has lots of plus AP. Let's prepare ourselves. Currently, in Black Desert, there are cases where the actual AP differs even when wearing the same equipment, depending on the characteristics of each class.
Previously, the deviations that could occur in these areas were adjusted through the skill damage class ratios. This might go back to that PvE thing I was just upset about. However, in the future, the DP of monsters will be greatly refined so that they can be most efficient in monster zones that match their AP. So the meaning of AP will become much greater than before. Accordingly, the gap in AP between classes will be alleviated, which means Awakened Sage is getting an AP nerf. And the class damage ratios of skills
that were balanced to take into account the gaps in AP will be adjusted, which means we're going to get our ratios increased. Oh bless, we're saved in PvE. With 5% caps, that means we're saved. This, combined with that other thing, will help greatly in regards to PvE balance too. Because there's some places where the caps are so heavy, and if you have good damage ratios and low AP, it just creates so much more headroom for you to be fucking crazy at those spots. And then at spots that have super aggressive caps, if you're a high AP class, but you have lower ratios because of the higher AP, you get fucked at those spots. So thank God, another huge buff, a huge bonus to the game, I mean. For the same reason, the defense reduction effect and special damage increase effect will also have a greater impact than before, so they will be adjusted together. In order to prevent the percent reduction effect from becoming Yeah, you catch yourself a 10-minute timeout too there, fella. I get 5 seconds, you get 10 minutes, biatch. For the same reason, the reduction... Where the fuck was I now? God damn it. For the same reason, the defense reduction effect and special damage... Sorry, just 1 second. I feel bad already. And special damage increase effect will also have a greater impact than before. So they will be adjusted together in order to prevent the percent reduction from being too strong in upper level monster zones. All skills that reduce defense by percentage, such as Shy's Misty Haze, will be changed to a fixed value. Okay, this could be good or this could be bad. If the fixed value is crazy high, this might be a bad thing. Along with this, the balance of party monster zones, such as Olin's Valley, will be adjusted, and a patch to improve the Shy's PvP abilities, including increased damage, will also be implemented. Okay, they're going to actually just turn Shy's into doing damage. Class balance adjustments. We would like to inform you that even after the damage reduction formula revamp update is implemented, we will closely monitor the situation and class balance adjustments may be necessary if necessary. Adjustments may be made if necessary. Okay, resistances and ignore resistance. The resistance reduction and ignore resist effects that are applied when a hit is successful or when a skill is used will be removed. And the AP increasing skill with the grab resistance effect will be removed. What? What's that last part? And the AP increasing skill with grab resistance. What do they mean by AP increasing skill with the grab resistance? Anybody know what they're talking about here? I'm drawing a blank. The passive effect of the following skills will be changed. So this is changing, this is changing, this is changing, this is changing, this is changing. The buff effects of the following skills will be changed. So Sage, Electrify. Wait, where's Upsurge? No Upsurge? Oh, okay. So resistance removal and then grabs. Adjusting the grab due to resistance removal. Wait, that big circle is like letting you know that they tried to grab? That's the effect of grabs? This is a very important part of PvP, and we've optimized the quality so that it can be seen in all graphic settings or the effects. So yeah, you will never miss a grab anymore. Miss them attempting a grab. Close range and long range grabs will be changed so that the character rotates towards the camera only immediately after the grab is classed and cannot rotate afterwards. Okay. So you press the button and it'll turn, but you can't keep turning while the grab's going on, I guess? The dash grab skill will be changed so that the character rotates towards the camera only during the start of the dash and cannot rotate immediately before the grab. Okay. So like the case of, I'm guessing what they're talking about is like Guardian there, right? Where they do like a couple steps forward and then they lunge. Well, it looks like it's going to turn, do the couple steps forward and then lunge. But you can't like turn and do this to grab, right? Okay, the grab skill will be changed so that it's not affected by the increase or decrease in attack speed, regardless of success or failure. So grabs are just going to have a static speed. Attack speed is going to have no effect on them. Which I guess also means that they won't be affected by slows. It goes both ways. Not that slows are as egregious as they used to be, right? So close range grabs, it'll be 0.3 seconds. For rush grabs, it'll be 0.3 to 0.4. And then for long distance grabs, 0.4 to 0.7, depending on the distance. The timing at which a grab fails and a chain to another skill becomes possible will be unified to 0.4 seconds after the failure. Well, in the case of Awakening Sage, you better know what you're grabbing. You better know what you're grabbing, baby. You better know what you're grabbing. You can't just throw. That's good. That's a good fucking change. Are you kidding me? Yo, you need to think of the flip side of this, Kaj. You need to look at the flip side of this. Do you know how hard it will be to grab an Awakening Sage? Sure, it's going to be a lot harder to land your grab as an Awakening Sage. It will be damn near impossible to ever grab an Awakening Sage. Even though it's a nerf to Awakened Sage, I think it's actually a net buff. So they're going to be so boring? I mean, you can say that, but think about all of the non-grab classes out there. Think about how they feel. Think about how when you get a team and you don't have a single grab class on your team and you're up against 3 grabs, there's supposed to be a trade-off. There should be a trade-off. You can grab super armors, you can grab forward guards, but now there's a wind-up animation and a back-end animation. They can't CC those things, so their CCs are faster. There's a proper trade-off. Everything should come with a trade-off. I personally don't hate this. Yes, it's going to be harder to land grabs. You're going to have to wait for those abilities. You see a Suck Sage do dimensional compression, he's still grabbed every time. You see an Awakened Sage do a Rift Storm at a bad time, or sit there in his Lightning Prison or go into an Interrogate, you grab that shit, right? You got to know the grabbable abilities. You don't just throw that shit every time it's off cooldown because you can and it's so fast and it's so impossible to punish you. This is good. This helps make grabs feel more fair as a grab class, or sorry, as a non-grab class who has to fight grab classes. Yes, it's a nerf to range grabs. They needed a nerf. They needed a nerf. All grabs are getting nerfed, not just ranged grabs. These are nerfs to all grabs, not just ranged grabs. This will create a more fair environment. Guide to resetting skills and presets. Who cares about resetting shit? Information. The extra damage of all species will be changed to extra AP to all species. As extra damage against humans has been changed to adventurers, the extra damage against adventurers will be added to the item effects that have extra AP to all species effect among the main weapon and awakening weapon effects. The following items related to the ignore resistance effect will have their effects changed to the items will be removed, or the items will be removed. Other than the resistance ignore effect that these items have, the other effects will remain the same as before. So Black Star offhands will have ignore all resist, or increase all resist. Oh, okay. So basically for PvE. So we're going to have 10% more resist in PvE too then. Although I guess with the other thing we would have. Pomegranate. So basically, oh, I guess except Rosar. Rosar's getting accuracy. Glad Awaken Megu going to be tanky? Why is it going to be tanky? Or Awaken Wizard? So Elcars are getting buffed, I guess, for the
removal of resistance. I wonder if you still use these or if you use Jins. I'll have to take a look at the trade-off. And then item changes. I guess they did that for Rosar for Shies. Black Shrine changes. Who cares about that PvE shit? UI changes.
Oh, okay, little tabs. I think this. Oh yeah, you can see the characters that are there. That's right. I remember them showing that now. Okay. Oh yeah, you're gonna be able to move characters without being there. Some Wukong changes. Okay. So it looks like these categories doesn't mean your class is going to be tanky. They're just changing this to be a rock, paper, scissors setup. So they're putting classes in these categories, so you just do 5% more damage against that. So Guardians, anybody who's in this Guardian category is going to take more damage from Onslaught. Anybody who's in Surge will do more damage to... Surge will do more damage to Onslaught. Onslaught will do more damage to Guardian. Guardian will do more damage to Surge. So it's not like you're going to be just in general tanky, or you're just going to be They basically set up a rock, paper, scissors setup. So like if for some reason you're thrown in this category, although I don't see Wizard here, so you might be, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you, maybe he's talking about something else. Wait, where's the Wizard? Oh, there's one. So I'm guessing that's Awaken Wizard and this is Suck Wizard, would be my guess. Or maybe vice versa. Because if Sage... I know this is Suck Sage. If this is Suck Sage, then maybe this is Awaken Wizard. It says over there. Oh, Succession. Duh, duh. Ah, fucking funny. Oh my god. You know what they say, right? You can't see the forest through the trees. See, chat, this is why I do this with you guys.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
Yeah, good. Get him, Kinjar. Imagine typing you are. All in all, this is a huge W. I think grabs have been bullshit forever, period. Especially as the game has got more protected, it's been becoming more and more dependent on grabs. I think grabs needed another nerf. And I think the people who have grabs who are upset about this, you need to think about how this affects you being grabbed. You're tunnel visioning only on, oh my god, I'm not going to be able to press E and catch people. Well, they're not going to be able to press E and catch you for free too. They're going to have to pay attention to when you can be grabbed at an appropriate time. This works both ways. And it's a straight up buff to non-grab classes because they obviously don't have to worry about it. That's good. Because anybody who tries to make the argument that grabs aren't better than every other CC in the game, like, it's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. Of course they're better. So there needs to, yeah, I like it. I like it. There's going to be some classes, though, that are going to be real tough to grab. That's one thing that I think is important to understand with this, too. There are some classes with longer animations where it's not that big of a deal. There's some classes that are super, super fast. They will never get grabbed again. Awakening Sage, it's already tough as fuck to grab a Sork. Good luck ever grabbing them. So, but the way I think about it, right? It's easy to think of this through the eyes of a grab class and be like, well, now I will never catch them because the only time I catch them is with a grab. But think about what that means for all the classes right now that exist without grabs. That's been their life. They didn't even have the option to try to grab, right? So, well, that was fun. That was fun, chat. Well, it doesn't look like anything. I actually patched my global lab. Actually, let's go on there for just a second. There's more. I already went through it all. Were you not paying attention? I went all the way down to the bottom till the PvE changes. And Wukong. That was at the very bottom of it. Why are there so many bans on EU and NA? That's a good question. Probably people who abuse the mentor-mentee. Oh my god, especially EU. EU, you fucking cheaters. Holy shit. There's like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 32, 31 accounts in NA and like a bajillion in EU. Oh my god. You fucking rat. You rats. Where my Sage at? I'm going to log on here just briefly. We're going to take a quick peek and see if maybe some of that stuff made it in, although the note said that it didn't. But since we're all patched up, we might as well take a little peek, a little look-see, right? Yeah, nothing changed there. Nothing changed there. Okay. Oh, I know one thing I wanted to check on live. Remember there was a guy saying they don't do big band waves? I know, right? So the thing is, they don't need to do big band waves if they're constantly banning people, which they do. And in this case, they did need to do a ban wave because a big thing happened where a bunch of people did shit at the exact same time, right? Yeah, where is that guy? If only I remembered his name. I already forgot him. My mouse is a little dirty. I need to clean this shit. Oh, I should have checked if the pig cave was open. I hope it's not open right now. Okay, good. Says close. Oh, in 3 hours. Cool. We'll get some pig cave today. I have no interest in Ashes of Creation. There is nothing about that game so far that I've found interesting. You can create another account for yourself. There's nothing wrong with that. Making a second account for yourself and using it to benefit your main account, to take advantage of an event to benefit your main account, there is something wrong with that. The mentor-mentee event is designed so you can mentor new players, not so you can feed rewards to yourself. I don't understand why people can't figure that out. It is not rocket science. Why is this so hard? We have the mapping situation in the past where people were punished for the exact same thing. Remember, all of those accounts, well, I guess I can't necessarily say all of them, but from what I understand, all of those accounts were the mentee accounts, right? The secondary accounts. Those are the ones that were removed from the game. The main accounts probably just had the mentor rewards, not just given to them. They probably were just, okay, you took advantage of this event, you don't get the rewards. So now you just wasted all this time for nothing. That's what I'm suspecting the punishment for the main account is. Okay, so what did they say they were going to do? They're going to increase the damage of your abilities. They're doing, what was it, 89.2% or something? Where is it? Adventure Guide. I think it was 89.2. $89.29, perfect. So I want to look at Sage. I'm not going through all classes. You guys can do this on your own. I thought it was in combat. Oh, here we go. So, and then we scroll down to Sage. So let me pull up my calculator here. Okay, we have 1 at 102.28. Because they're taking the average of these, and then they're going to compare that to the new number they want to go, and then you're going to get a damage buff or drop. And it looks like in the case of us, we're going to get a damage buff to compensate for that drop, and then, right, to our ratios. So the reason why I'm curious what the average is, because anything that's above the average is probably going to get effectively a nerf, and anything that's below the average is you're going to be effectively buffed against that class. So it looks like we'll probably end up getting a net gain of damage against these and a net loss in all of these. Maybe a buff there. Okay, so like I said, just manually put these in. you fucking kidding me? Do, 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 do. Oh, I know how to do this. This will be... So let's see. Of the 1110.4, how many classes we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, the next is 105.53. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then after that is 102.28%. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have 100.25. I think there's just the one. Yeah, just Megu. That's weird. Only the one class they put at a different... I'm surprised they didn't just lump that in with others. And then we have the 97.41. I think there's just the 2 gauntlets. Oh, there's also Corsair. Yeah. And then, yeah, 9903 times 1. Okay, let me pull up my calculator. This will be a little bit easier than trying to manually mash all these in. You just chat GPT. Did you just take a picture and say average these out? Let's see if chat GPT did it right. I don't believe it. I need to use AI more. If you got that right, I don't trust it, but I'm gonna do it anyways myself. And if chat GPT gets it right, then I need to use chat GPT more. Oh. I have my totals for each category. Add the categories together. Total of 3,077. Then we divide that by, what is that? 21, 25, 26, 27, 28. Or 29 classes. Is there really 29 classes in the game? Wukong 30. Oh, that's right. There's no Wukong on screen here. You're right. Yeah, we don't know the ratios for Wukong yet. Okay, so 3077.2 or 79 divided by 29 is... Oh, ChatGPT is wrong. It must have missed something. Because what did you say? You said like 105 or something? Yeah. I came up with 106.13. One second. I counted this. Okay, so I have 12 classes as 110.4. So let's double check my numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's correct. I had 9 classes at 105.53. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's right. I had 4 classes at 102.28. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 1 class at 125. What class was that again? Oh yeah, Megu, that's right. And then there was Corsair, was also by itself. And then 2 at 97, the 2 gauntlets. Yeah, so no, I did my math right. Let me add these numbers together again one more time. Okay, so 110.4 times 12. Okay, I got that number right. 105.53 times 9. I got that number right. Make sure I didn't accidentally. 102.28 times 4. Oops, didn't forget the old one. Okay, 102.28 times 4. Okay, that is right. Obviously, the single ones are right. And then 97.41 times 2. Yeah. Okay, now let's add all those together again. 1324.8 plus 949.77 plus 409.12 plus 100.25 plus 99.03 plus 194.82. Yeah, no, my numbers are all right. And then we divide this by 29. And voila. Fuck your ChatGPT lion ass. Yeah. 106.13 is what I came up with. So that means that's going to be our average. And they're going, since they're dropping us down to 89, they're going to be compensating us. So we can actually take the, what was it, 89.29? I think if we actually take the 106.13, divide it by the 89.29, that is an increase of 18.85%. That's how much they need to buff Sage against everything to compensate for that damage drop. In order to even out, based on the average. Based on the average, though. One thing that's also interesting, too, is because they're going to average out all of these to decide how much they're going to buff it, that means since our average is 106.13, that means every class that we currently have a higher value, we're going to be seeing a net drop in our damage. So we can actually figure this out, approximately how much. It's actually only the 110 classes. These are the classes we're going to experience a nerf. Everything else we're going to experience a buff, especially Mystic and Striker. So pull the calculator back out. Okay. So we're going to get a 4% damage drop against Ranger, Tamer, Musa, Mewa, Kuno, Ninja, Wizard, Witch, Lon, Archer. No. 1 second. I must have mapped that wrong. That feels off. Oh, a 3.9% damage drop against all the 110 classes.
Average. Indio. Players. Don't. Do. PvP. So it doesn't matter for 98% players.
Big true. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a second here.
Asterisk, asterisk, look, I've seen it. Everybody's saying it. The average Black Desert.
Shut up, bitch!
Thank you.
But the 2% are the ones that complain nonstop and are he loudest ones.
Shut up, bitch!
There's a war going on in chat while I do this, isn't there?
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch!
Damn. Okay, and then...
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch.
Okay, so here we go.
Shut up, bitch.
So we need to color code these. So this class. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Holy fuck. With the 110s. So this one, this one, this one, this one.
Look, I've seen it. Everybody's saying it. The average Black Desert online player. Folks, they don't
one.
PvP. Nope,
This one.
they're not doing
This
it.
one.
They're just standing
one.
around.
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
And this one. All of these green ones. Here, let me. All of these ones, we're going to be losing negative 3.9. That looks like a 2. 3.9% damage against these classes. This isn't factoring in the plus 5% depending on what you're up against too. We're going to actually factor that in after. So next is the 105.3s. So that's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Against itself, this one, this one.
Bronze stones.
This one.
Shut up, bitch.
These ones we're going to get plus 0.5%. I don't know. I should have actually did the different colors. Okay. Next color we will use yellow. Actually, let's use blue next.
Shut up, bitch.
Okay, 102. So that's this one. This one. This one. This one. These ones we're going to be getting plus 3.7% damage increase against them if they go based off just the average of your ratios. And then the next one is the Megus. We're going to be getting plus 5.8% against them. And then we have Corsair. We're going to get plus 7.1% against them. And then last but not least, your gauntlets, which we are going to get plus 8.9% damage. If they're going to go based off of our averages, these green ones we're getting nerfed by 3.9, but everything else we're getting a buff in our damage. Now, if we also compare that to the... Let's take a look at the class differences, because there's some classes we're doing 5% more damage against, right? So Awakening Sage is part of the Surge group, which means we're getting plus 5% against Guardian, the Guardian class group. The Guardian class group, let's see if there's any doubling up. What color should we use for this? Maybe we'll just use, no, white won't look good on that background. Maybe we'll just do black. Okay, so we have Suck Warrior. So we're going to be getting not only the 3.5% damage against Warrior, or 3.7, but another 5% against Suck Warrior on top. Same thing with Berserker.
Berserker on here. Oh, there it is. Same row. More against Berserker. More against Velk. Striker. Striker. We're gonna do much more damage against Striker.
Striker in general, or Striker in general, but especially Striker. Same with Awakened Mystic. We're gonna do more damage against another 5% on top of that against Shy. Where's Shy at? And Guardian. I wish I could. You know what we'll do? Actually, you know what? I'm going to undo all these. Since I'm not really able to differentiate between Suck and Awakening when I just do a border like that. So I'm going to actually do something different. We're going to bring back the pencil tool. So for this, we'll just put like a S on there. So we're going to do 5% more against them. 5% more against them. 5% more against them. 5% more against Suck Striker. 5% more against Suck Guardian. Suck Nova. Suck Corsair. Suck Drac. And then also Awakening Velk. Shit. Awakening Mystic. Shy. What do we call this? Ascension? We'll just put A for Ascension 2. Guardian. And then Scholar. I like how Dragor popped in late in the conversation. These are using the new numbers. This is based off their new calculation, Dragor. We're looking at how much of a damage increase or decrease we're going to experience. So all of these green classes right here, any class that has a green circle on it, because they're going to use the average of your current damage ratios to decide whether they need to buff your damage or reduce your damage, anything that's in that green category, which is the 110.4%, we're going to be experiencing a 3.9% nerf in damage against those classes. And funny enough, if you actually take a look at the screen here, you'll notice that none of these green classes in here are part of the opposite of, like, they're doing a rock paper scissors setup where against a certain category you get 5% more damage. Well, none of those green classes are part of that category either. So we're not getting 5% damage bonus to offset that against any of those green classes. We're just doing flat out 3.9% less to those classes. Anything that's in the red category, we're going to do 0.5% more damage to. And in the case of, like, these ones, we're going to be getting another 5% on top. So if they have a little black mark on them and a red circle, that means it's going to be plus 5.5% more damage. Is that a good thing? I mean, they're balancing, they're changing it, right? All of those classes, I feel like I do pretty good damage to. Except maybe Dosa. Dosas can be pretty tanky. And then these ones, we get 3.7% increase. So in the case of these two, we're getting another 5% on top. So we're going to be doing 8.7% more damage. And I'm assuming those things are going to be multiplicative with each other, so it might feel more like 10%. Megu, we're doing 5.8% more. Corsair, we're going to be doing like... Duck Corsair, we're going to be doing like 13-14% more damage if those things are multiplicative. And then Awakening Mystic, it's going to be like, we're going to be doing so much more damage to Awaken Mystic. Awakening Sage is going to hit Awaken Mystic like a truck. It's good. Fuck Awaken Mystic. They are way too fucking tanky. Okay, cool. No, fuck you. No, all in all, I like what's on Global Lab. I like it a lot. I like the grab nerf. I think everybody in this game that has a reasonable head on their shoulders understands that grabs are at an advantage over non-grabs. There needs to be a trade-off, right? The fact that you can grab forward guards and super armors, regardless of whatever, right? There needs to be a trade-off. So, yes, adding a wind-up and a wind-down animation is a good thing. It'll make it so you need to actually pay attention to what you're grabbing. You'll need to wait for those longer abilities, right? You'll have to wait until you see like a Suck Warrior uses Scars of Dusk, or a Suck Sage, or any Sage use like Dimensional Compression, or sit in a Lightning Prison, or Guardians throwing like a God Incinerator, right? All of these things, you'll have to pay attention to the appropriate ability. You're not just going to be throwing it every fucking time it's off cooldown because you can. That is a good change. It also affects grab classes in a positive way too, because you got to remember, even though you're the only ones that grab, you also get grabbed. So that means you're going to be getting grabbed less as well. He grabs your HP, yeah. So, I think this will make the game feel a bit more fair for classes that have no grabs. Yeah, that's another thing too, is you're never going to get resisted when you try your grab now. Now, in AOS, that probably doesn't matter as much, because I think classes who rely a lot on their grabs probably are running a lot of ignore. Although, I guess in the case of Zerker, they didn't need to. They had a base 30%. But that goes both ways. Yes. When people make a mistake, that's how that's supposed to work, Kaj. That's how that's supposed to work. Somebody makes a mistake, you punish them for it. If they don't make a mistake, you can't punish them for it. And then you fight each other until somebody makes a mistake. That's how that's supposed to work. It's not supposed to be one of those things where you don't make a mistake and you don't get punished. That goes both ways too, right? Like if you're talking about like you fighting a ninja or something like that, the same thing goes for them trying to grab you. How it works right now is if you're a good class, a good player with a grab, it doesn't matter if the person makes a mistake or not. You just grab them. You don't have to wait for them to make that mistake. You just fucking grab them. Getting grabbed is a mistake? Sometimes yes, not always. When you're just throwing that shit out willy-nilly, doesn't matter what the other person's doing, you're just like, oh, they're close, I'm pressing E, doesn't matter what animation they're in, and you successfully land the grab, they didn't make a mistake, you just fucking pressed a button on your keyboard and were rewarded because it's too strong. What exactly do we mean with wind-up? It's going to take longer for the ability to activate. Depending on the grab. All these players that crutch on their grab are going to have to stop crutching on their grab. It's as simple as that. Stop crutching on your grab, pay attention to the movement and the abilities your opponent is using, and grab them during the appropriate ability. But just pressing E because they're beside you and then you have success because of it is fucking nonsense. I need to turn my graphics up. What am I doing again?
Berserkers are dead. WrestleMania is over. Mass movement is garbage. Time for you to learn the game.
This is good for non-grab classes. I am very happy about it. I never use full screen. Nah, it seems unnecessary. You got to remember, it works both ways too, right? In the case of Awakening Sage, this is the scariest thing about these windups on grabs, is there's some classes that even with how strong grabs are, it's so hard to grab them. You will never fucking grab them with these windups. Now, maybe those classes will need to be adjusted because, like, there's some classes you only grab, you're only able to grab, and it is hard as fuck to grab them. You'll never grab them now. So that's kind of scary. Once again, it's important to understand that no matter what kind of changes they make to the game, there's going to be people who end up at a net negative and a net positive, right? There's some classes that obviously with the nerf to grabs are up huge. Sork, I don't know how do you CC a Sork now? Most of the time it's just waiting for them to use Grim while there's a Zerker that's ready to press E beside them. But you're never going to do a change to the game that's going to be just like perfect, like best for everybody, right? There's going to be winners and losers always. Awakening Sage 2, yeah, our grab is nerfed, but it doesn't change the fact that your grab is still on the table and people can't linger in super armors as long as it's they know it's still available. But good luck ever grabbing an Awakened Sage. Huh. That's probably another thing too. Probably never get grabbed out of your spear bolt again anymore as a sage. Sometimes like with Zerkers and stuff, if you're doing this over top of them, they just press E and it'll just snag you even while you're doing it. With that wind up, they won't be able to do that anymore. Have some huge ass bombs? They do. Zerkers have a grab window, by the way. It's important to understand that not all grabs are created equally. A lot of people look at it in terms of just
Let
like
me tell
range.
you something nobody does.
Shut up, bitch!
A lot of people think that the only thing that's different between grabs is the range, whether they're range or melee. But that's not the case. So there's some classes. Let me pull up my diagram for example. So in the case of Sage, right, you have a grab that's like this, right? You have a cone. The further they are, when they're at the max range of this cone, you have the most tolerance. But if they're standing right here, you'll actually miss the grab. Then you have something like Lawn, which has super big tolerance, which is a cone like this, right? You have Guardian, which is a grab that's like this, because it does the lunge forward and sticks out its pole. And then you have Zerkers. They not only have a grab that's like this, it's super wide, so they don't have the dead zones on the side, but they have a super wide grab. But they also have a grab window. Some of these other grabs I just posted, there's like a 1-frame attempt. Either they were iframed or they weren't. You succeeded, whatever, right? But in the case of Zerker, they actually have like a I don't know what the exact timing it is, but they'll have like a 0.2 second window on it. So maybe you were iframed at the initial part of the grab, but if you come out of iframe while you're still in that window, they still grab you. And that's why with Zerker, you'll see lots of times where you feel like you got away from them and all of a sudden you get pulled back. Because even though you started iframe, you weren't still in iframe before you left that window and they pulled you back into it. So yeah, like not all grab. And then of course, and this is one of the things that's being adjusted, right? Some classes would have a very, very, very short grab animation, making it difficult to punish. Some would have a longer or shorter back end animation, making it easier to punish on a fail. So like not all grabs were created equally, but you know what? Grabs have been bullshit. The hell? What's this man doing? Get out of here, Sky Daddy! This man didn't see me standing there getting ready to get started? That's it. Wait, what's wrong? All my shit's busted. Too many people tunnel vision on grabs and think that it's just either range or melee, and that's the only difference. Oh, he did, and he didn't care. Kind of respect it. Wait a minute. We're going to kill him with the PvE setup. Since he's a Zerker, you know what? Extra monster damage should work against Suck Zerkers because they're transforming into a monster. What do you guys think? Oh, there they are. Oh, now he has a tide? I'll let him finish his tide. I'll be a nice guy anyways. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Not every range grab is a window. You're confusing a wind-up with a window. Those aren't the same things. Ooh, I like that. What are you doing? This man just went in! He is ignoring me! This bastard! That's it. That's it. Sorry, Sky Daddy. Wait. I am on Archer, right? Okay, make sure I'm not losing karma. No, that's not a window. So a window means if at any point someone's unprotected during that, whether it's at 0.0, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, all the way up to 0.7, they're grabbed. The way these grabs are going to work is there's a wind-up, where the grab is going to come out at the 0.7 seconds if they're at maximum range, right? Otherwise, if it was a window and they could get grabbed if they came out of iframe or came close to you at all during that time, yeah, it would be completely busted. It's going to be up to 0.7, so depending on the range. So if you're closer to the person, it'll be shorter, but if you're grabbing out here, it'll be a bit longer. And yeah, if you fail, I think they said it's going to be like a 0.4 second animation or 0.3 standard across all classes. I wonder what that means too. Like, does that mean that if the person's at, like, if you throw the grab and there's nobody in range, does that mean it's always going to be the full 0.7 seconds and then the fail on top of 0.3? No, it says 0.4 to 0.7. It says right here, for long distance grabs, the preceding action will be adjusted to take 0.4 to 0.7 seconds, depending on the distance. Which means that if they're at max range, it might take the full 0.7 seconds. And then on top of that, the timing at which a grab fails, the time at which you can chain to another ability will be 0.4 seconds after failure. So it might be a total of 1.1 seconds at a max range fail. So it works like a projectile now? Maybe? It's kind of hard to understand how that's going to work. Because, like, if you just throw the grab, like, and you miss and there's nobody there, does that mean you're stuck there for 1.1 seconds? That sounds kind of ridiculous, so I feel like there is some critical information missing. Maybe when they say that the preceding action will be adjusted to take 0.4 to 0.7 depending on the distance, maybe that means the distance of the class's grab in general. So, like in the case of Corsair, their grab will always be 0.7. But in the case of, like, what's the closest range grab? They'll be 0.4, whatever that is. Maybe that's what they mean by that. It seems like I don't know how they would do that variable on an individual class, depending on the range. Awakened Ranger pretty short range? No. We're talking the ranged grabs, not melee grabs. Ranger's a melee grab. All melee grabs are going to be 0.3
Look
seconds.
At Shy ratios. If your logic is correct, that is an Omega buff, right?
I don't feel like going through other class ratios. Remember, they're taking the average of their current ratios, and then they're going to compare it against the nuke ratios, and then either buff or nerf the damage of the class accordingly. So, if Shy's ratios are currently way lower than the 89.29 average, which I know they are, then that means when they buff them all to 89, when they buff Shy to 89.29, they're going to reduce the damage of all their abilities. So this way it ends up roughly the same. The biggest difference between where you're going to see damage buffs or nerfs against specific classes is when there's large deviation from the average against a specific class. No, grabs will not be affected by cast speed. It said right in the notes. Movement speed will not affect... Movement or cast speed will not affect the speed of your grabs. They also won't be affected by slows. They're just going to be a static speed. Were they before? Of course they were. Well, it goes both ways too, right? Because if you have abilities that are affected by movement speed buffs, it also means they're affected by slows. What were we doing again? They're shy. So it doesn't look like there's lots of deviation between this. Oh, Mystic Striker. There's actually really low here. So if they take the average of all these, once again, it looks like everybody's probably going to get more damage against Mystic and Striker. Because I'm pretty sure everybody's ratios... Oh, no, except Archer. Maybe not with Archer. Right? They're taking these stats, they're averaging them out. So any one of these classes that are... Basically anybody where you have your highest, it looks like the highest for Shy is 5609. You'll be getting a nerf against these classes, and then classes with your lowest, obviously they'll be lower than the average, and you'll be getting effectively a buff against them. If that's what they're going to do. If they're just going to average these, compare it to the new ratios, and then buff or nerf accordingly, then whoever are above the average, you're going to get a nerf. Whoever's below the average, you're going to get a buff. And then there's also the whole rock, paper, scissors thing they're adding that'll, be on top. So even though it may look like you're getting a nerf against some, it may end up being just a wash because you're getting that 5% extra damage against that whole category of classes. And in some cases, you might be getting a double buff. No, why would they do that? No. If the multipliers are all being increased to 82.9%, and the average right now is 40%, that means they're going to reduce the damage by 50% to compensate. They're not going to double... What? Oh my god. They said in there they're going to try their best to keep the damage the same based off of the increase or decrease. So if you're seeing a decrease, you're going to see an increase in your multipliers. If you're seeing an increase, then you're going to see a decrease in your multipliers. So the only differences will be anything that's above or below the average, you will see a slight increase or decrease. Yes, it's all on Global Lab, you guys. Hence my title, Big Global Lab Patch. I'm going to take it out of the title. We're going to move on. I don't want to keep explaining the same thing over and over and over again. There we go. Title changed. Remember, everything that's on Global 2 is subject to change. Chat asked me about the 12 AP we got this week and that big-ass Global Labs patch we just got. Perfume of Courage dead? No. I mean, 20 AP is a lot. That might be the difference between you grinding a new spot or staying at an old spot. Time roll off. It is not that serious. As I do, I will adapt to the changes. It will be a change, but I think it's going to create a better environment as a whole. All of these losers that crutch on their E button are going to have to learn how to actually play their class. Remember, it's not just range grabs that got nerfed, it's all grabs too. Love you. What'd you make? Some smells good. I wasn't talking to you guys. Shut up. Can we have some too? Yeah, 1 second. Let me drop my pants and bend over. I'll give you something to kiss. We're waiting. Tips. You guys are fucking weird. Why did I say that shit? The hairy Zerker ass? Oh, goddamn. Any clips of the grab nerfs? No, because it's not on Global Lab. If you read the Global Lab, at the very top, they say none of this has been applied to Global Lab until next week. Because there's still more that needs to be done, and this doesn't make sense until the rest of it is in. It's all at the very top. Nothing on Global Lab yet, so there's no way to see. There's one little clip, one little GIF they showed themselves of a Zerker, and it shows like the aura it shows that when somebody tries to grab. It's going to be blatantly obvious when somebody tries to grab. I thought it's just the damage test. Actually, you know what? You might be right. That might be just in regards to the damage. You know what? Let's go check. You might be right. That's reasonable, because they were specifically kind of talking about damage. I thought they were talking about like the patch as a whole, but you might be right.
That's right, Chad.
The bonus, damage, bonus, monster damage, as a result, the effect is eliminated in the technical specialization. Damn, our damage is about to go crazy. Bonuses on bonuses. What is this? Fucking Oprah? You get a bonus and you get a bonus. Everybody look under your chair. Everybody gets a bonus. No, grab change isn't on there yet either. Yeah, that's what I thought. The whole patch isn't applied. It's being applied next week.
Shut up, bitch!
No, you're right, because at the top there, I didn't even put that together, that maybe they were just talking about the damage part. Next week's going to be super interesting on Global, though. God damn.
FBI, open up!
I made myself some keto biscuits last night, you guys. They're actually pretty good. Terra got released today? What do you mean? Terra Classic? They're doing a Terra Classic? What the hell? Ooh. Oh. Is it just me, or did the class mod wheel feel backwards? What do you mean class mod wheel? Are you talking about the rock, paper, scissors thing? I like that they're making Awakening Sage basically be the tank killer. I fucking like that. So I made some very basic biscuits last night with some almond flour, egg, butter, sour cream, some salt and baking powder. And I just made it. I completely followed the recipe perfectly. And they're actually pretty decent. Next time, though, I'm going to throw some shredded cheese in there. They already are? Well, even more so. Because we're getting a damage bump against those classes through the modifier changes, and we're getting a damage bump against those classes through the new classification system. So, yeah. It looks like in a lot of those cases, we're gaining like 10 to 15% more damage against tanks. It looks like we're taking a damage hit to a lot of the squishy classes, but a damage buff to all the tanky classes. The dopest pizzas though recipe? Thick. Yeah, I'm not trying to go like keto levels of like no carbs. But I am trying to dramatically reduce my carb intake. And I know that my biggest carb intake is all the, like, pasta. And that's going to be a hard one. I got to find a replacement for that. But pasta and more specifically bread. Every day I'm having 2 to 3 slices of bread. If it's white, it's carbs. Does that mean your carbs? Yeah, I'm not trying to go to like 0 carbs or 5 carbs. I'm just trying to keep it minimal. I'm just trying to reduce. So I figure, you know what? And that's the thing too. I'm not trying to be like on this like super strict diet too that like, no, I can never have anything that's tasty. It's like, no, every once in a while I'm going to have a burger. It's going to be one of those things where I'm going to be a little more conscious about it and be like, do I need the burger today? Or do I need this slice of bread with it? Maybe I'll make my own biscuits, you know? But was he not explaining? Yeah. The changes in the ratios are really confusing to some people, and I don't want to have to go through it over and over and over. Shredded white coal. Was there autocorrect there? Yeah. Actually, no. Here, let's put this up on screen. So you're going to have your surge, no, onslaught. You have onslaught, which are your damage dealers. Onslaught. Did I spell that right? Oh wait, no, GHT onslaught. They are going to do more damage to surge. Which is like your mobile classes. And then these are going to do more damage to your guardian. Which are like your tank classes. So guardians do more damage. Do tank. I think that makes sense to me. Because tanks are supposed to be the ones that are able to tank the highest DPS classes. Although this doesn't affect tanking capability. Well, I mean, I guess it indirectly does, right? But I think that's the whole design of tanks, is they're supposed to be able to tank the strongest damage classes. I am kind of scared that these guys are going to do more damage to me. God damn, that's kind of fucking scary. What do we have? Stuck Sork. There's not many of them, so that's not a big deal. Stuck Ranger, that's fucking scary. Stuck Tamer, who plays that? Stuck Musa, that's fucking scary. Forest Hunter and Suna already like fucking one-shot me. Stuck Wizard will do more damage to me. Suck Witch will. Suck Ninja. Suck Kuno. Suck Lon. Suck Hash. Suck Sage. Suck Hash already fucking blows me the fuck up, too. And then Awaken Mewa. Awaken DK. Archer. Corsair. Awaken Corsair. Awaken Musa. Awaken Megu. Awaken Dosa. And Deadeye. Yeah, Archer's in the Onslaught group. For those of you who are wondering where all this information is, it's right there. You can see where your class is positioned. Yep, Awaken Megu is Onslaught. So they're considered the damage. I mean, it makes sense to me. Yeah. I don't know if I like the fact that they're trying to move towards like a rock, paper, scissors system. I think if they go too far in this direction and you just start losing because, you know, that class is the rock to your scissors, the game gets really boring. And then the problem with that is then people...
And here we see Zethian explaining the details that...
Shut up, bitch!
And then the problem is... Now people just start taking something that's an opposite category if they go too far down that road, right? It's like, oh, okay, well, I need to make sure that my tag, if I normally play a Surge class, I gotta make sure that I at least play either a Guardian or Onslaught as my tag, just in case the counter to my Surge comes, right? And then the game gets really stupid if people just start, instead of swapping gear like we have to do now, if you just have to swap to your tag to kill the other person, that ends up being really freaking annoying. Now, we're not there yet, but I feel like this is potentially a slippery slope that could head in that direction. Just give us a third tag, and that right? They give us a third tag. All of a sudden, you have to play rock paper scissors. It's like, oh, okay, he's playing his onslaught. Time to switch to my surge. Oh, he's playing his surge. Time to switch to my guardian. Oh, he's playing guardian. Time to switch to my onslaught. And you just have tag wars where people are just constantly swapping. At that point, you might as well Yar for spot. Yeah, I really like that they're separating the two specs from each other, but yeah, I don't hate this system because like a 5% is certainly something, but I don't think it's game changing. But like I said, I'm worried that this is going to be a slippery slope into just creating a rock paper scissors system. Anybody who played DK right after the Gauntlet release knows how shitty a system like that is, where a class just counters you just because they exist, not because of any skill that's actually on the player. There was a point in time where it didn't matter how geared you were, a Mystic with like 100 less gear score could walk in and compete with you because they just were given so many obnoxious stats. They exist, you don't? No, it's not that bad. That's right now? No, it was way worse back then. If you think it's bad now, trust me, ask the people who played DK back then. Or any caster, really. It was way worse back then. There's no such thing as evasion or DR after the changes. Yeah, it was absolutely abuse. I remember like Wishful, for anybody who remembers him on NA. He used to grind history all the time. And like you would have like legit Mystics 100 gear score lower than him, and he was one of the most geared people in the game at the time. And they would just run in and push him out of his spot because he just couldn't do any damage to them. It's like they were permanently whale-tendied. But yeah, it still feels bad now if you're a Magic class against those, for sure. That does seem kind of backwards in the case of those two classes, for sure. No, Sage makes sense. Awakened Sage being Onslaught, or Rush, and, sorry, what is it again? Surge, not Rush. You threw me off when you said Rush. Onslaught to me says damage. Surge means like movement. So I think in the case of that, it makes sense. Where with, you would think that like Awegu and Awakened Sage would be in the same category. Oh. It is going to be a wild ride. I love it though. I'm in for the ride. Yeah, that's why I think Owegu should be in the same classification as like Duck Megu being in the same category as these Onslaught classes makes sense because you got like Ranger and Archer and stuff in there. And Suck Megu makes much more sense to be paired with them. And Owegu, you would think that it would be in the same category as like Awakened Warrior and Awakened Sage, because yeah, it is kind of much more similar to that, right? So definitely Megu feels backwards. Yeah, taking 5% more damage from tanks isn't that big of a deal. My plans for renovating it? Stalled. Got too many other things we gotta pay for right now. I win. Awaken Megu's kick counters suck really well already. I don't think we necessarily need to consider the 1v1 balance, though. You'll never have the game balanced 1v1. And there's definitely going to be some winners and losers in regards to that. I think I try to view it through the lens of like larger scale fights and the roles that classes are there to perform. And how these changes may positively affect those roles. Tanks doing more damage to the DPS, the Rangers and stuff in the back, kind of makes sense to me. That's kind of their job, they're the ones diving in. But I guess that extra damage doesn't matter if they're all running 6 DR crystals, because they do what plus 5% damage on 0 damage is still 0 damage. So with no Misty, yeah, the Misty change is going to be interesting. They're changing it from a percentage reduction to a flat stat reduction. That may not be a nerf, though. That might end up being a buff, depending on what they decide to assign to it. What if they make it minus 300 DR? Just a flat minus 300. Oh yeah, Suckhash is going to fuck Awaken Sage. They hit us so hard already. Although, you know what? Let's take a look at their ratios. If their ratios are below the average, they might be taking a loss there. Right? Because they're getting plus 5% damage against us. But because of the way they're averaging the ratios, they might be taking a loss on the front end and then an increase on the back end. I feel like I passed it. Here we go. So let's see. Where's Sage on here? 113. Yeah, we're one of their highest ratios. So because of the way they're averaging these all out, they're going to actually lose damage to us here. But then they're going to gain damage back because of the rock, paper, scissors things they're doing. So it'll actually be less than a 5% increase against us. Remember who has the ultimate power. I give the illusion of a democracy, but this is 100% a dictatorship, and I'm the dick. How long has it been in its current state? About 2 weeks after the previous, not the season that just ended, but the season of Solaire before that ended, they did the Awakened Sage buffs. And it was busted then. And then they did PvE buffs that reduced cooldowns that made it even more busted on top. But the PvE buffs were very minor in terms of increasing our OP-ness. The PvP buffs that came like a week or two after the season 5 ended is what really was obnoxious. But because there was no AOS season going on at the time, it just flew under the radar. Nobody knew how busted it was. We had discussions non-stop on stream when those changes were coming. People were freaking out because like Void Gateway was being removed, and they're like, "This is a nerf. That's my most important." Hey Dragor, remember? That's my most important ability. Oh my god, Awakened Sages are going to be so much worse. And now look how busted it is. All those dumbasses were wrong, and Papa Zeth was right. Impaling Flash is way fucking stronger in every situation. I remember there were so many sages who were thinking that those were going to be nerfs. Now look at Impaling CC, no Most Move. It's still good without Most Move. It's still very good without Most Move. Most Move made it fucking broken. Yeah, they took away all the weaknesses, right? Our biggest weakness was our stamina cost. And you had to be a lot more effective with your catches. Where now you're just doing shifty every time it's off cooldown.
I bet the average class ratio isn't all 29 classes but the average of the classes by each cat.
It's not the average of all 29 classes. They said that right in there. They're doing 89.29 overall. That's what they decided to settle on. But then the average of your class is what they're going to use to determine versus the new ratio. So if the average of your class now is currently higher than 82.29, then because you're going to be taking a hit in your damage, they need to buff it. If the average of your class is lower than 82.29, then, and I think the only class in that category is Shy, then if they would have just did that alone, then it would be a big buff. So they're going to actually reduce the multipliers of your abilities to bring it back in line. You thought I was done explaining? Can't fucking help it. I'm just a helpful guy, okay? See you girls. You guys put sunscreen on? Keep your hats on if you didn't. No, you're going too far into it, Tasty Kate. They didn't say anything like that. The 3 categories are separate,
Wow,
just
chat,
extra
this
damage on
streamer
top.
is so helpful. Can we get 5 Prime subs?
They made it very clear what their intention so far is, and it's important to understand that anything that's on Global Lab is subject to change. But it's very clear how it works. Oh. There you go. You guys beat me to it. We got Creed again. I'm sorry, I'm getting tired of all the Creed that's playing. I'm gonna start skipping it. I don't mind Creed, but I don't know why. It seems like every day it's playing more and more Creed. I hate this algorithm Spotify has. It kind of pisses me off. Yeah, Awaken DK is going to be hitting me harder. Wait, where's Suck DK in that? I don't remember. Oh, Suck DK is the same category. Awaken DK is Onslaught. Oh, that's right. We are just about in window for Pig Cave. Maybe I should go make lunch now. Have a bit of an earlier lunch. That is a good point. I'm gonna go make some food right now, you guys. Yeah. And once again, because of the way they're averaging your class's modifiers as a whole and then using those to compare to the new one, like I said, in the case of Suckash, it seems scary that they're going to do 5% more damage to me. But when I go take a look at the average of their ratios, they're going to actually be taking a damage hit there. So it's not actually going to be a 5% buff. It's going to be less than a 5% buff. Let's see how much XP I've earned on this. Oh, I'm level 63. God damn, I'm such a sick Wukong. I'll be back.
Don't worry, chat. Zethy Wethy will be back in just a bit. He's just finishing ... up right now.
prepare you anus, it is almost pig cave.
Okay, Chad, I'm back. Remember how I said everything goes back to circles? Whether it's grinding, whether it's your waking up, going to work, all that stuff. Well, even lunch. Nothing but circles, baby. Made myself that nice little egg thing I made yesterday, too. Some onions, some peppers. I actually had some tomato in there today. Melt some cheese on top of the eggs. And then my little keto biscuits with some cheese I melted on top there. Fucking cheese on everything. Hell yeah. Plate it square, though? True. Goddamn. Homemade quiche again? Kind of, yeah. No like pie crust, but yeah, basically a quiche. Oh yeah, and look at these. What do you think, Howie? These are the biscuits. I'm trying to get the camera to focus on it. Nice little flaky inside. I stuck in the air fryer to crisp it back up. Pretty damn good. Probably my biggest mistake was it asked for it asked for unsalted butter. My wife, I'm not much of a baker. I do like no baking. I do main cooking, but not baking. But the recipe asked for unsalted butter and then a quarter of a teaspoon of salt. And my wife was like, next time, she goes, did your recipe call for unsalted butter? I said, yeah. She goes, and you use the regular butter, right? I go, yeah. She goes, next time, if you're going to use the regular butter, cut the salt. My wife is super sensitive to salt, though. Catch. That is so funny. God damn. Sorry, guys, I can't share. It has a bad word in it. You could put that in the meme section of my Discord, though. I hope this doesn't happen. Oh my god. That's terrible. That's not his. That fucking bitch like two-tapped all of his decks. Mick is Cadge? No, it's not Cadge. Microphone is not Cadge. That's his name. Yo, Jack, did you see my biscuits I made? I made some keto biscuits with almond flour. What's your think? Yeah, he's electrified. That's right. They taste better than I thought, but I think I need to go to the bulk store to get my almond flour because it was like $17 for 4 cups of almond flour. So I think next time I need to go to the bulk store and get my almond flour there if I'm going to make this a regular thing. Oh my god, calzones are so good. There's a I can't remember what the difference is between a panzerotti and a calzone, but there's a pizza place right by me that makes panzerottis, which are so fucking good. I'm exaggerating. Women. I would never. Never, ever, ever. Oh, Wukong is awesome for PvE. Wukong is better than Awakened Sage for PvE. So if you think Awakened Sage is busted, haha. Oh, my bad. That's right. It was 3 taps. My bad. These are good though, but I think my wife is right. If I'm going to use salted butter, then leave the salt out of the recipe. Panzerotti is a fried calzone? Oh, okay. Well, the Panzerotti is better than. Oh my god, it's so good. He did 2-tap 2 deck weapons in 1 day, sure. So there you go. He admitted it. I think what I'm going to do, though, is like this little quiche type thing I made. I think I'm going to get like a muffin tin, and I'm going to pre-make this shit. I'm just going to make like like double or triple the amount that I make now, but I'm gonna pour it all in like the muffin tin and then bake it, and then I'll just like put them in a container and put them in the fridge. And whenever I want to have one, I can just pull it out, stick it in the air fryer to quickly warm it up. Boom. I feel like meal preps could be my best friend. To go omelets in a big muffin pan. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's exactly what I was saying. I want to do that because I love eating this, but it takes a bit of time. I feel like too because it takes so much time to just make it individually each time. I end up making more because I'm like, well, this better be fucking worth the effort. Where if I actually pre-made like a bunch of little muffin-sized ones, then I'd probably eat less. Although I would have more accessibility to them too, so maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. It's hard to say. I'm a fire product judge so fast. You get 3 days of batch, yeah. Well, I immediately put them in a container, a sealed container. Am I eating low carb or full keto? Just low carb. I did full keto in the past, but there's a lot of things that I love, like carb wise. And I feel like if I do a keto diet, restrict myself to a keto diet, then anytime I eat anything like carbs, I'm going to feel fucking guilty. And I would rather not make myself feel guilty. So I'm just going to pay close attention to my carb intake and dramatically bring it down. And the biggest way for me, like I don't even eat lots of carbs. Like I drink water all day. I drink my coffee or my tea black. The main thing is like lunchtime or dinner time where I'll have like potatoes or noodles or something like that. Or lunchtime I'll have toast with my eggs and shit, right? I think like if I cut those down, I'll be like significantly lower. On the fitness? Maybe fitness dick in your no. I'm I mean I don't hit the gym or anything, but I walk a fair amount. I do a fair amount of work and stuff around the house. Take the dogs for a walk every day. Shit like that. Well, maybe now not so much, but I was doing like 10,000 steps a day for a couple months because I'd walk the kids to and from school. He's into fatness? You bitch. Much, but it's honest work, yeah. I saw that my bulk store nearby too. I was looking at their website last night. They apparently have like a keto biscuit mix you can buy. So it might save me a lot of work. I just take the mix, probably mix some water or whatever in with it, and then stick it in the oven. Made the same thing as yesterday, basically a little quiche without the pie crust. Mm-mm-mm-mm. And now I'm done. Now I am ready for the pig cave to open. We love BDO, smile. Me too. Me too, family, me too. You know what? I'm going to piss people off. I'm going to change the stream title again. Alright, how's that for a stream title? Came out victorious as usual. Did you guys stick Coco and his kittens in the fire? That change is actually so huge for Suck Sage. It's actually going to be quite harder to grab a Suck Sage, which is like one of their biggest counters. Directly into the Inferno. Oh my god, those kittens. Game will be so fun in 2 weeks. I can't wait. Right? Oh my goodness. That's the thing, right? It's like, yeah, it affects my grab, but I'm also pretty confident I'm going to be ungrabbable unless I'm just being a complete idiot. Microphone. The C's should be locked. Fucking funny. I hate getting CC'd, so these changes will be really nice. That's the funny thing, right, Multi? Is most of the time, when grab classes get caught, it's because they tried to grab. So if they're grabbing less, they're going to be getting caught less on that end of it. But also they're going to be getting grabbed less, too. So... yeah. It's gonna be kind of funny. Alright, more that your grab is nerfed. Frosty. Oh shit, Frosty, man, I miss you, fella. With all the changes that have been going on with classes, this is like the perfect content for you. Everybody loves hating on you when you're talking about their classes. And there's been so much going on, I'm like, fuck, we missed out on so much content. By the way, congratulations on the child. All these good changes after Frosty leaves, and then Frosty's gonna come back, and then it's gonna be over again. All we had to do is get rid of Frosty. Quick! Somebody knock up his wife again. 67 win, we're almost there. It's gonna be a while. Whoa. Trigger's like, goddamn, why am I being dragged into this all of a sudden? Right? And that's what I've been saying, Frosty. Like, there's been this asymmetry between grabs and other CCs. Where, like, especially in the case of Awakened Sage, right? Where the grab is so fast and you can cancel out of it so fast, and it ignores forward guards and super armors, that, like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, look how fast this shit is. You can't punish that purposely. The only time it gets punished is by accident. And it creates this environment where Awakening Sages can just press it every time it's off cooldown because they know it's going to be rare where they get punished for it. So now you're going to have a brain and be like, oh, okay, that Sage is doing dimensional compression. I can grab that. Oh, that warrior is doing Scars of Dusk. I can grab that. Oh, that's, well, I was going to say Striker do a battle cry, but I mean, maybe not, you don't grab that. That's, don't do that. But, right, you're going to have to look for those abilities that you know they're locked in, or they're going to try to linger in, and try to grab those. You're going to have to know the matchup better. It's not going to be just something, throw it out every time it's off cooldown, because that's how you're going to get the most work out of it. Like, that shit is bullshit. Black Spirit EXP buff? Ooh, good call. I like the fact that people are going to have to pay attention to what they're grabbing. And they're not just going to have to be able to throw it out all willy-nilly every time it's off cooldown. I think that's a huge W for the game. And you know what's funny to me? All these grab classes being like, well, now, how are we going to catch anybody? We can't catch anybody. It's like, how do you think that the non-grab classes have felt this whole time? You're still going to have the option to punish certain abilities. They never had that option, period. Like, I get it, you're upset, but think of how much worse it's been for them the whole time. Oh my god, Sky Daddy, what are you doing back here? Get out of here, Sky Daddy. I'm about to turn him into a dirt mommy. You get over here. Yeah, there's some classes though, like Awegu, I don't know how you catch that shit. Stork, I don't know how you catch that shit. because it's going to be way harder to catch those classes where, you know, it definitely felt like the only way you could catch them is with a grab. The thing is, especially with Sork, is like you don't even really trade a Sork. Pulse move removed, W grabs nerfed, Misty nerfed. I know, right? The game is changing. The real question is now, everybody, now you get to show how strong you are. Are you able to adapt, or will you fold like a baby? Don't fold babies. Get killed by Shies soon? I know, right? I mean, there was that clip of a Shy 1v2ing people in the AOS last season. Anybody have that clip? Oh, goddamn. That shit was funny. No, not that one. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, yeah. We do need more protection nerfs, that is for sure. Mega? Megu? Is this it? No. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this is it. Look at that. Oh, yeah, Mega! That's right. That's Shy. That's the guy. Gonna go outside? He's like, what the fuck? Wait, why? How did he? Look at the fucking beat in that little drum. Oh, that Shy is the goat. And then he plays dead. Oh, goddamn. That fucking Shy 1v2. That shit is so funny. That shit is so fucking funny. Oh, I can do my my Orzeka today too, eh? Remind me to do it after Pig today, you guys. I had to go kill or go do Orzeka. Orzekia or whatever. Or Elezra. I do feel kind of bad for Zerks, though, but not really. They've been catching so many indirect nerfs.
Nerfs that aren't necessarily designed for them, but affect them because they benefited from what previously existed, right? So, like slows, they got affected by that. The heal changes affected by that. I mean, they caught some stam nerfs. Now there's the most move thing. The grab thing.
So many changes that didn't target them specifically, but they were under that umbrella, you know? I actually feel kind of bad for them. They must feel like a fucking punching bag right now. It actually kind of goes to show how busted they were at one time. The fact that they were benefiting from every single one of those things, right? Glorified suck stage, it's over. It is going to be a lot harder to grab a suck sage. Unless they do dimensional compression, but I don't think any of them even do that shit anymore. Did you grind the Orz outfit at Turos or Crypt? I hate party grind spots, so I would do Crypt personally. But if you don't mind party grind spots and you have a shy friend, probably better to do Turos. Well, we have an event going on right now, Robot, where Twitch drops for like the next 3 weeks are going to give 3 Forest Furies a day. Which I think was really dumb. I don't think they should have done that. I think they should have just released Dekia Gyfin and Dekia Miramok. It's like they completely forgot that they announced those things and never gave them to us, like, over a year ago. Because those places would have obviously dropped Forest Furies. And the only reason why Forest Furies are sold out isn't because there's a massive demand. It's because there's no supply, like legit zero supply. So as soon as you make one spot start dropping them, it'll take some while before the orders fill, but there's a lot of people. Like, I bet you most people in chat here are probably sitting on anywhere between 10 to 100 Forest Furies because they're like, I'm not selling these things. What if I need them? I don't want to have to get them again. So people are holding on to this supply right now because they know that there is no supply out there. But as soon as they sit for a second, people are going to be like, oh, fuck, I need to sell these before they drop. And I bet you the market is going to get flooded and they're going to crash. Well, Thornwood isn't Kama Sylvia, so Forest Furies seem to be closely tied to Kama Sylvia. Stop looking at my inventory! Hey, I just understand fucking human nature when it comes to the market. Because I'm the same way. If there's something I have that I know that if I sell it, I can never get it again, if I need it in a pinch, I'm like, fuck no, I am not doing that. I'll keep it. Ash Forest? Ash Forest would be a spot that should definitely drop Forest Furies. Because that definitely is Kama Sylvia, right? I'm pretty sure it's considered Kama. Or is it considered Calpheon? Maybe they consider it Calpheon. Maybe that's why. No, because the ghosts around there drop Forest Furies. So it definitely is Kama. Yeah, why doesn't Ash drop Forest Furies? It should. They took drugs, that's why. Goddamn. And they didn't share any with me while I was there? What the hell? Yeah, the ghosts are kind of insane for Forest. That's what I hear. That's what some people were doing, right? When they were queuing AOS, between AOS rounds, they would just go clear the ghosts. That was kind of the big brain thing to do. Oh, I've always been an advocate for that, Goins. I think the hard caps on stats is the shitty way to do caps. I think AOS caps is a much better way. It's so much easier for the player base to understand, too. If you just had all the caps, just use like an AOS-style setup, I think it would make it so much more palatable for newer players, too. Instead of like a new player being like, oh, there's caps. You mean like AOS? And they're like, no, they're just stat caps. They're like, okay, well, how do I find the stat caps? Well, you got to press M, you got to go to the map, then you got to press the war information, then you got to mouse over it, and then you got to try to match those stats. It's like, but the stats aren't the same depending on the region. There's some places that are uncapped, there's some places that have different caps, right? It's just like, it's such nonsense. If it was just all capped, was like a Solaire style, I think it would be so much easier. I think also having all this variability between different types of caps and uncapped and basically all these different rule sets for combat just make it so much more difficult to balance the game, too. I just wish there was capped and uncapped, and the uncapped was Solaire style. I think RBF should be capped as well. Maybe have both that people can queue into and let the community decide which one they want to play. You let out a massive fart? Prove it. I bet you're lying. How? Hey, that's up for you to figure out. Send one to me in the mail. Yo, Howie, what's your address again? Yeah, I have Forest Furies too. I have 24 of them I'm sitting on. I wonder if I have an order for Forest Furies up. No. Yeah, apparently a lot of people got some Forest Furies yesterday. Because Twitch events are, the Twitch drops are giving 3 Forest Furies a day for like the next 3 weeks, I heard. What are they used for? Specifically crystals and cups, or removing cups. It's not that they are in super high demand. The things you use them for, you don't need them very often. It's just that there's like no supply. All the spots that actually drop them are all dead grind spots. Yo, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Is there a night vendor in this region? What's the night vendor's name? Patrigio, right? No. Is it? Oh, there is. Hell yeah. I'm gonna go try some. Shit, maybe I shouldn't have went around the side of the mountain. Never mind, we good. Look at this, chat. Boom, you can actually use all your characters' energy. This is fucking sweet. No, that's not worth it. I feel like the profit is super small on that. Dimtree. Yo, what are you talking about? I'm fucking rich. Cron bundle? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Nothing worth buying. Multi's just trying to keep it all for himself. Look at that. Nothing worth buying, this man says. What a good deal. Oh, that one's funny as fuck. I wish you didn't close the window when I bought it. Crystal extraction tool. Oh my goodness. This is so much more convenient though. God damn. Oh, I guess I should have bought that sharp. Oops. Isn't there supposed to be like a sharp bundle that you can get? There it is. I'll take those cron bundles every fucking day. Seems like they're always value. Oh my god, 9 mil for 10 crons? Who needs Who needs pearl costumes when you have that? I think that's money, isn't it? Like 20 mil. Oh, you kidding me? That price? Get that out of here. Yoink. 200 mil. I'll take that. What are you talking about? I've already made almost a bill off this stuff. How long has it taken me? This is totally worth the time. Could have made 7 mil. True. Or is it so good? Yo, look at that. Another 10 mil in the pocket. Oh. Oh, never mind. I just wish it didn't reset this window every time you bought something. They need to fix that next. Yoink. Save 20 mil on crons there. Crazy that that bag of sharps is like the cost of 1 sharp, but you get 3. Boom, look at that. Another 300 mil. Oh, fuck yeah. We made over a bill just off those boss armors we got. Probably made a couple 100 mil worth of crons. Supreme cooking utensil. Oh my goodness. Every sharp is like 3 mil profit. Supreme alchemy tool 2. This is the night vendor. What's that? It's a vendor that's available at nighttime that, you know, sells random stuff for random prices. Some stuff is fixed prices, some stuff is random prices. And you spend energy to roll a new item. His name's Patrizio. He's in at least every major city. I don't think he's in every city.
FBI, open up!
No, it's not that there's an event right now. I don't think there's an event for him. It's more so the fact that you can now, like, before having to swap character, then roll, swap, run your character there, roll, swap character, run there, roll. Every time you do it, you got to move the mats into the warehouse because you got to make sure they're not just randomly left on a bunch of characters. It was just a very tedious process. Now being able to do it all from one character is like a huge quality of life improvement. It definitely makes this worth doing for now. Those boss armors, I suspect, will drop in price as more people start doing this. And that was where most of my profit has been. That is too high. An ogre ring. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So we have Dimtree, Geath, and Griffin.
Joke's on you, I am cleaning up on 500 million silver primordial crystals.
Look at these. I'll just celebrate to that guy because I'm so happy. That was $1.5 billion there, and I'm pretty sure I only spent like half $1 billion on there. So I'm pretty sure that was just like straight up $1 billion profit just off those armors. And then we got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 70 crons for approximately 1 mil a cron. So that's like what? 140 mil profit just off of the crons. The Capras are like very little profit. Probably like $1 million per bundle. But considering that they're max price and I could sell them instantly, why not? I'm sitting there anyways. These things, I'm basically getting like... after tax, I'm basically doubling my money off of sharps. They're basically half price sharps, right? Then we got the dandy box. Like, we legit probably made about $2 billion there. I could probably go through the VOD and then figure out the profit I made on everything exactly. I'm going to estimate around $2 billion. For how much time? That was absolutely worth the time. But like I said, once those armors, if those armors drop in price, then probably not worth it anymore. Not worth the opportunity cost. Because those armors did all the heavy lifting. Nice. And then there was the dim tree, right? Wait, did I not do my dailies? Can't remember if I handed them in already. Ah, I didn't do them. Excuse me. And then I had my perfumes running the whole time I was doing it, so I lost half my profit there. That's alright, the game's gonna compensate me by giving me a flame off of this Dark Seeker right here, this boss. Damn, game must be broken. Yeah, you can get Patrigio bags from there. I'm actually surprised I didn't have one show up now that you mention it. I could have actually used a couple. Although I don't think I'm going to need them for long when they do the new bag changes. For Uranus. Oh, I'm clenching. If there was a finger in there, it's broken now. On Global Ab, grabs a nerf. I telescope to you and compass your main to the pig. Deal? I don't know if I trust you. Yeah, we could do that. Wait, you're gonna make me burn both of my cooldowns? Wait a minute. Correct. Okay, you strike a hard bargain. One of these days, I'll just take another sage and I'll just leave my other sage there. Why would I need to map to town first? Yeah, BDO is up huge. Burn all the treasures. Oh, I see. Burn every cooldown. You guys just want to see the world burn, don't you? keep some silver on me. Playing 9 minutes ago, 23,578. Wait, we're actually at the peak. This is actually the peak for the last 30 days. BDO is so back. It is so back. And just Steam players, yeah. Well, the thing, once again, you don't look at the numbers really, right? The numbers are just fun to joke around about, but it's about the proportionality. It's reasonable to assume that if 6% of the Steam players, if there's an increase of 6% of Steam players, there's also going to be a 6% increase, roughly, of website players, right? It's the percentage that's more interesting. Did I go over Global Labs earlier? I did, yeah. Back attack or crit better? They're both good. I run crit crystals if that's what you're wondering between. Well, it seems to be about a 50-50 split every time we run a poll, but that has been dropping. It was originally like a 2-to-1 split where there'd be like 2 website players for every Steam player, but over time it seems to be a 50-50 split now, which suggests it could potentially drop more. But it's taking quite a bit of time to just reach 50%. Let's do a quick little in-chat poll. If you are a website player, type I'm a Giga Chad. If you're a Steam player, type I'm a loser in chat. I'm a loser. You guys are awesome. I'm a Giga Chad. Huh? How's that work? I'm just kidding. You Steam players are you're okay. They're just making it so accuracy and evasion are just one stat instead of being 2 different stats that you have to understand how they basically translate into each other, right? As it currently stands, 1% accuracy equals 4%. 1% accuracy equals 4 accuracy stat points, and 1 evasion equals 4 evasion stat points. And like, there's some abilities that give percentage. There's some items that give like a flat number. They're just changing it all so it's just a flat number. So this way it's less confusing. Basically nothing's changing aside from just how it's going to be displayed on skills. Do I get per day? Oh, I'm not sure. Kind of crazy that we're at the 24-hour peak right now. It's not even prime time. What is going on today? That's like different from like yesterday or the day before. Everybody heard grab nerfs and now they're all excited to come back to the game? Is that what it is? Unemployment rate is higher? Yeah, on Fridays? How are grabs nerfed? Are they just slower now? Every single grab is going to have at least a 0.3 or a 300 millisecond grab animation. If you have a range grab, it can be as long as a 700 millisecond animation. Also, every time you try to throw a grab, it's going to do like this red aura around you, so people are going to very clearly know that you tried to grab. And then if you fail your grab, then there is a 0.4 or 400 millisecond delay before you can do another ability if you fail a grab. So grabs are going to be more difficult to land and easier to punish.
Vote in the poll. It will make me sad if it's not used.
Okay, there. I voted in the poll. Why do you guys keep saying Gabe or Gaben? What are you guys fucking yapping about? Who is this Gaben? Mer, mer. Gaben made Steam? Oh. Got you. Yeah, everybody vote. Vote in the poll, you guys, at the top of the chat. Do you play Steam or do you hate Steam? Do you play BDO through Steam? Sorry. Do you play BDO through Steam or the website? You play Steam through BDO? I want to know how you figure that out. You'll keep BDO pure.
Well, I am a skilled 60R crystal wearing Zerker player. I will now activate Lava Piercer so I can grab this poor Succession Sage player. All of my 3 brain cells are working in tandem to make this happen. Suck.
God damn.
Feed me BSR so I can 200% and say I'm a top fragger, quick. In reality, you'll feed me that 200% so I can run away from the fight and chase down one guy and solo ULT him for stream content. And then all of my adoring fans will blow smoke up my ass over how great I am.
Nice. I feel like I've seen that plenty of times before. Did I lock the door? Oh. No, I didn't. Good. Don't want to lock my kids out. One second. I gotta check my voicemail. Did the cave open? No? Okay, fine. I'll open it. You guys ready? You guys ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom. What's up, girls? Sorry, guys. I need another AFK. I had to go help my kids with something. Okay, we're back. Yo, Kep, are you still there? Sorry about that. I left like 27 minutes ago. I didn't answer your question. We'll swap to our Sage, and then it'll open. Boom. Cool. That works perfectly. I wonder in the top 100, how many of them are grab classes? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess. Do we count Armin? Do we count this one as a grab too? Because it shows Suckash being the most played. Although he played mostly on Awaken Hash. He probably just played his last game with Hash, right? If I'm not mistaken, he was mostly playing Awaken Hash, not Suckash. So we're counting that as a grab too. Grab, 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 grab. There, finally one non-grab. So one so far. Might be easier to count the non-grabs. Let's do that. Okay, 2 non-grabs, 3 non-grabs, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So like exactly 1/3 were non-grab classes. That's actually more than I would have expected. Don't count scholar grabs, shut up. Yeah, most of them were in the bottom half. felt like there was like maybe 10 of them in the top 50, and then the last 23 were in the bottom of the top 100. What did they do to grab? They're making it very visible every time you grab, so if you try to throw a grab, it's going to do like this big red aura around you. So it's going to be very obvious when someone tries to grab. And then every single grab is going to have at least a 0.3 second windup. And if it's a range grab, it'll have between 0.4 to 0.7 windup. And then every single grab is going to have a
Look,
0.4
Chad, just gotta be a
fill.
grab class to be top 100.
Yeah, the last 2 seasons have been super high damage, for sure. That's one thing about Zerk, too, is it's like a really good class, no matter what, right? If it's a tanky meta, it does well, because then it's unkillable. And if it's like a high damage meta, because it is relatively tankier, but because it has the capability of like landing those grabs, it really helps. Like if you have a Zerk on your team, you just play around the Zerker, wait for him to get a grab, and as soon as he does, like your assassins just annihilate the people. Sorry, 1 second. Excuse me. Last minute? No. I'm pretty sure no, I guess not yesterday, but the day before he popped immediately. We are in the middle of the window, though. So, he's going to be popping within the hour. Probably like right now. It's going to open up this very second. Right after I kill this pack, it's going to open up for me. You just tag them to each other, Gridden, and then when you swap to your tag, you open this window and there's a get XP button. You just click it. No, there's going to be a wind-up animation, right? There's going to be a longer starting animation. Anywhere between 0.3 seconds for melee grabs up to 0.7 for range grabs. And then if you fail, there's going to be a 0.4 second or 400 millisecond fail animation. It means that instead of just pressing E every time it's off cooldown, you'll have to actually pay attention to what your opponent's doing. Yeah, no, I like it too. Because shitty players won't be able to just press E anytime it's off cooldown and have some success with it. They'll have to actually know what to grab on which class. Now, there's probably another discussion now that needs to happen about some classes that are going to be ungrabbable. And that was the only way to catch them. But grabs have been easily the strongest CC in the game for a very long time, right? So I think it does seem to be a fair trade-off to make there be an animation now. Up to 0.7 seconds and a 0.4 back end. That's a whole second. Maybe it's a little bit fast. Maybe they could adjust those numbers a bit. But probably not by much. Fast for my old eyes, yeah. Well, so far all these changes they've been making are affecting Sage in a negative way. Sage actually has one of the fastest grabs in the game, so that's kind of huge. Awakened Sage's damage is primarily an issue too in AOS, where it's a high damage environment. Outside of AOS, if you're like fighting an equally geared player, it's not as much of a problem. I think what they've done to the stamina is a problem, though. I don't think that it can put good offensive pressure on you is the problem. It's that the offensive pressure never stops, because it will always outlast you in terms of stamina. I think that's where there's a problem. So I personally think they should bring some stamina management back to Awakening Sage. But I'm always terrified advocating for that, because it feels like with PA it's either feast or famine when it comes to stamina. And I definitely don't want to go back to famine. Phone's right there. Yeah. Don't need shift LMB accuracy buff on Suck either. Yeah. Awakening Sage is getting an accuracy buff too. Both Sages, I believe. Maybe not Suck. Is shift LMB 6? Oh no, you guys are too then. Yeah, because we both Sages are at 22.5 and we're being moved up to 25, so we're getting 2.5% more accuracy. And then this is going to be just extra on top. So Sage is actually going to go back to being one of the higher accuracy classes, but not a lot higher, just a little bit higher because of the passive. Oh shit, is there Capra sitting now? Yeah, there is. Here, I'll sell these. I feel like the music's kind of quiet today. That's better. Yeah. Well, I'm definitely losing AP. But they said that they are going to be rebalancing classes. So classes with high AP but lower modifiers are going to have their AP trimmed down, but their modifiers increased. Which is a huge W for Sage, because in places that are AP capped, Sage gets severely punished at grind spots like that. And they're basically making all grind spots like that, where every place is going to have a 5% cap now, except for if there's a boss at the place. So that means like a lot of places like Hex Sanctuary are going to be a buff for Sages. I think that's a very, very good change. Yeah, because 10 AP is actually 90 AP, right? No, it'll open up right as soon as I'm finished this tide. There's so many problems that they're addressing that I've just had issues with. Pet scaling, non-global content releases, resistances, mouse move, alchemy stone, now the AP discrepancy between classes, the accuracy discrepancy, also the changes that they did trying to normalize accuracy, basically removing the effectiveness of passives from some classes that had accuracy passives. Like, so many of these things have been on my radar, and I'm like, fuck, there's so many things. Like, which do I make my hill to die on right now? And there's so many of them. It's like, is this a new direction? Like, holy crap. I hope that we continue seeing stuff like this, because this is so many checkboxes of things that I thought were problems that are being addressed. With how much stronger grabs have been compared to other CCs too, that being addressed. I think that potentially opens up some other problems. And I am cautious too, because I'm worried that we're headed down this slippery slope of just homogenizing all the classes, because let's be honest, let me mute the music for a second. Let's be honest, with grabs getting the reduction that they are, the nerf that they are, more people are going to be complaining about super fast classes and grabs. That'll be the next hill, right, that people are dying on. And then if they start addressing that, then what's going to be the next thing after that? I feel like before you know it, they might end up removing all class identity and everybody's the same. And that's not saying that bullshit shouldn't be nerfed, but, you know, I think it should be done with caution. We don't want to make the game boring, where everybody's just a reskinned version of each other. But, like, I don't know how you ever grab a Sork after these changes. And that doesn't mean that they shouldn't do these changes because Sork exists. But I might be sweating buckets now if I were a Sork, because, you know, that might be the thing that all of a sudden gets more attention on Sork. Same with Awakening Sage. Like, I don't know how you grab an Awakening Sage. Like, most of the times I get caught, it's from me being grabbed. The thing that's important to understand, too, is, like, the average person's reflexes are, like, what, 200 milliseconds? So by having this baseline, this immediate indicator that someone's about to grab you with that red glow, but there being that, the 0.3 seconds before the grab goes off, I think that's how it works. Unless maybe it doesn't show the indicator until the grab is attempted. But either way, 0.3 seconds means your average player can react to that now. As long as you're in a position where you're not locked in an animation and you're paying attention to your screen. Yeah, no, it is hard to grab an Awakened Sage, absolutely. But, like, if it's hard now, how successful do you think you'll be when there's an animation tied to it too, right? Grabs are going to be, like, exclusively for when you see people do abilities that they shouldn't be doing at that time. Best examples are like a Warrior Scars of Dusk or a Sage's Dimensional Compression. Like any of these really long animations. Well, not necessarily, right? It kind of goes both ways. Being able to just press E whenever you want isn't exactly skill expressive either, right? And that's how a lot of grabs are. You just throw the grab and then you instantly cancel out of it and then no big fucking deal. Most of the time you're never going to get caught out of it. That's not skill. Having to actually pay attention to your opponent's animations and wait for a skill, wait for him to position himself badly and do the wrong skill and then take advantage of that, that's certainly more skill expressive. I'm going to turn the music back down a touch. I feel like every time I want to talk now, I got to turn it down. What if you're a Suck Wizard and just get ran down by Sages? Hey, Suck Wizard is going to do bonus damage to Sages now, plus 5%. You're the rock to my scissors, Ark. How do you feel about that? I'ma crush you. Yeah, I hope so. Right between those thighs. Suck Wizard is going in the damage spec. Which I guess is kind of weird. Because I think Awaken Wiz... Wait, maybe I'm not remembering correctly. Yeah, Suck Wizard is in the damage. Awaken Wizard is in Rush. Which that seems backwards too. You'd think Suck Wizard would be the Rush because it's usually more mobile. And then Awaken would be more damage. It feels like they got those two backwards. What is this Russian damage? It's the... Well, there's three. There's Guardian Russian damage, or Guardian Surgeon damage. And they're basically the three different categories all specs are going to be put in. And depending on your spec, you'll do 5% more damage. So it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors setup. Where if you're Surge, you will do 5% more damage to Guardian. If you're Guardian, you'll do 5% more damage to Onslaught. If you're Onslaught, you'll do 5% more damage to Surge. What do you mean the skill overlay? Are you talking about like key presses? %5 damage, might as well not have any categories at all. It is a pretty small amount. Gonna go back and play it? Okay. Icons and names. Oh, I don't know if you should use that. The problem with that interface is it doesn't show you use an ability if it's an ability you can use while it's on cooldown. Watch, I'll show you what I mean by that. You're talking about the skill log, right? This thing right here. So watch, like if I do Shock Relay, it only shows up... Wait. Why is it not showing up at all? Oh, I'm in the safe zone. Gotcha. I didn't realize that was a thing. Oh yeah, there it is. See? If I use it while it's on cooldown, it doesn't show up. See? Not showing it every time. That thing's unfortunately not a great use. I didn't realize that didn't show in there. I mean, I'll leave it on for you for a second if you want, but... Global modifiers are basically a lazy way to balance classes. It means we can't give classes their true identities, like with skill changes and utilities, so we can just increase and decrease the damage. I partially agree with that, but I also think that because we have so many classes, and I think it is nonsense to have two different specs have the same modifiers. Like, Suck Sage and Awaken Sage definitely shouldn't have the same modifiers. Awaken Warrior and Suck Warrior definitely shouldn't have the same modifiers. Like, I think you could look at almost every Suck and be like, yeah, they shouldn't, right? But I think now if you make individual modifiers for every single spec, like, I think it's in a perfect world where they can actually pay attention to every single one of them and make fine tweaks to the individual modifiers for each class and how they are against every single different other spec in the game, it would be ideal. But I think the amount of work is just, it's overwhelming. And I think it's something that removing the modifiers or streamlining them like that, you can still get the game reasonably balanced, right? Instead of them focusing so much on the modifiers, they could focus on the specific abilities. I don't know. Whatever they've been doing hasn't been working, so. If this becomes a system that they can have more control over, and it's pay attention to it more, I think that's okay. They don't. And that's the thing, right? Multi is they don't. That's why I'm like, if they're just going to streamline it, then just do that. But they haven't been focusing on specifics for forever, so why have specifics if they're just going to ignore them? Those modifiers that have existed have definitely been causing some of the unbalanced issues. And the nice thing about class modifiers, class v class, is you can target a specific matchup, right? So, like an example I like to use is like rock, paper, scissors, right? If you... Oh, I accidentally activated a blue loot scroll. If you activate... like, if you're rock, right? And, like, you're like, okay, well, rock is performing way too well against scissors. So, we're gonna buff scissors just against rock. Or, sorry, let me get ahead of myself. I'm getting ahead of myself. If you have a game like rock, paper, scissors, and you're like, okay, rock is overperforming, we need to buff paper. Or we need to buff scissors. And then you buff scissors so it can compete with rock. Well, the thing is, scissors was already doing really good against paper. Now you made it even stronger in general, right? So now you gotta go and you gotta buff scissors. But now you buff scissors. Sorry, now you go and you buff paper. And paper was already beating rock. So now you gotta buff rock. So you're like, fuck, we gotta buff rock, but rock was already doing too good against scissors. Now you gotta buff scissors. And then you're like, fuck, well, paper now is all of a sudden getting fucked. So we gotta buff paper. You see where this is going? It's just like an around and around and around and around and around we go, right? Now the class v class modifiers were nice because it allowed them just one little knob in between to say, no, we're going to increase how strong scissors is just against rock without it having any effect on how strong scissors is against paper, right? But unfortunately, PA hasn't been very good at managing the individual. No, it's a great knob. Otherwise, how do you do it? The problem is it hasn't been adjusted. They just leave it alone. And then every once in a while, like probably 4 times since BDO has come out, they did this with all the knobs at the exact same time, right? The purpose of those knobs is to do a little bit of fine-tuning in very specific matchup cases. But they've never done that. A really good thing, too, probably a good analogy for it would be like music, right? Having like an equalizer where you could adjust different frequencies of a song, right? Imagine if you only had one slider, just one volume knob. It's like, oh, I want to listen more to the drums. Let's turn up the volume. Well, you turn up everything, right? They were definitely a really good system, but they're only a good system if they're used. And they definitely weren't being used regularly. And yeah, if you're not using them, then you might as well get rid of them. Because they're serving no purpose. If they're not being considered when you're making changes to a class, then they can cause more harm than good, and then you might as well just get rid of them completely. Why are nobody buying evasion offhand? They are so good. Yeah. There's a lot of people who are super upset about the Heidel Ball, but I mean, it's very clearly a very good ball. The vast majority of people do enjoy it, and it's been clearly having a impact on a positive impact on the game because, you know, the player population has been increasing with the announcement of these changes. Now, that's just the announcement of the changes. Let's wait till execution happens, right? Who knows? Implementation is everything, and you know, some of this thing at face value might seem great, but this whole system might come out feeling like complete dog shit. But that's kind of one of those things where we gotta wait and see. I actually disagree, Strat. Oh, when you say they're big content, you mean Idana. Yeah, definitely. I think one thing, though, that I'm actually really jealous for, Strat, and I think you all should be jealous for, too, is potentially this new experience that new players are going to have. We've always had this experience in BDO where you, like, finish seasons, and then you go grind one place until you have enough to grind gear to grind the end spot. And you basically just have, like, those two spots. Maybe you take these little vacations to go grind, like, for a flame or something like that, but ultimately you just try to buy them off the market. You're better off staying at, you know, what's considered the best mid-tier and then move to the best tier, right? Well, it seems like with the way they're adjusting, like, grinding and the way your gear is going to scale, they're going to try to have this very clear progression where as you gear up, you want to move to more spots. And you can't grind higher spots if you don't have the gear to go there. And you're going to actually be moving through, you know, every week you might be like, okay, finally I have enough gear to go to the next spot, and then the next spot, and the next spot. It might make that progression feel a lot more exciting for new players. Where us, it was just like, nope, do your thousands of hours of circles at this one spot. There is no moving on. This is the spot for you. I'm kind of jealous that new players might get that experience if this system is implemented properly. Yeah, and they say they're going to. They said that right in the notes, but, you know. Once again, execution is everything. It's nice, though, that they're keeping that in mind, because, yeah, it wouldn't matter otherwise. But all of the changes this year have been absolute bangers. You went from Star's End to Oryx to Ulakita and now Ors. Yeah, in how many years, Reza? I spent how many years in underwater? And the nice thing is, too, I think this could be done if, once again, execution is everything. If this is done properly, this will be nice, because you know, if you're a 700 gear score player, you don't want to have to deal with an 800 gear score loser in your spot. You don't want to have to deal with a 700 gear score Sage sitting it underwater for 3 years, you know? So this might do well to get geared people out of the less geared spots as well. But implementation is everything. So I hope they get it right. I think what they're aiming for is good, but execution is going to be determine whether or not it was good. It'll feel miserable if you're stuck at a spot that is half as much money as everywhere else, and you got to grind half as much silver before you can finally get a decent bump because they didn't properly balance some of the lower spots. So execution is everything. That's a quit moment for a new player. Maybe. It really depends how far away the next tier feels. Because I think, in reality, if there's a big jump and all you have to do is get through that once, that's not that big of a deal. Even if it ends up taking you 2 weeks instead of 1 week compared to the rest of the jumps, that's not that big of a deal. And if all of a sudden, like, let's say they fuck it up badly and, like, you have, like, a 800 gear score spot that's making you $1 bill an hour, and then your 900 gear score spot is only 800 mil an hour. Well, who's going to stay at the other? Who's going to move on, right? Nobody will move on. Everybody will just stay at the lower spot until they can jump over it. So, Dayland, the immediate hole I can poke in that is because of the... And this is exactly why I use the rock, paper, scissors analogy. Is because there's so many different classes in the game that as soon as you adjust like a little bit of their kit, it's going to affect them in a positive way against both the classes that they were weak against and the ones they were strong against. That's why that knob allows them to very specifically target one matchup if there is this massive disparity between them. And that's why I think that what you said right there is completely blown out of the water. That's why it's a problem. But only if the knobs are used, which they weren't being used. So once again, if they're not going to adjust those modifiers regularly, then there's no point having them. So a good example, Awakening Sage, maybe Awakening Sage is the best example to use right now. Awakening Warrior, right? Does really well against Musa, but doesn't do well against Awakening Sage. Well, if you buff Warrior's kit so it can now compete with Awakening Sage, what does that mean for Awakening Warrior versus Musa? It's going to make it even stronger against Musa, right? And that's exactly what you're saying, and why I think that that's wrong is because no, if you buff the kit for a weaker class to make it stronger against one specific other class, then all the classes that it's already strong against, it's going to be even stronger against it. You've now created a even worse situation for the Musa, where with those class v class modifiers, you could very specifically say, okay, you know what, Warrior's taking too much damage from Sages, we're going to reduce the amount of damage they take from Sages alone, and then it doesn't affect any other matchup in the game. But once again, that only matters if they adjust those, and they don't adjust them, so there's no point of them existing if they're not going to use them. Fake news, Warrior weak like one ply toilet paper. Yeah. One ply, goddamn. That's the type of paper where you really gotta wash your hands extra clean after. Some might say it's a shitty situation to find yourself in. You're talking about min-maxers, though? Yeah, I mean, it affects everybody, but min-maxers obviously are going to be paying more attention to it, for sure. I can't believe they're nerfing grabs. This is truly saddening to me because grabbing was the only way I could play the game due to an injury I sustained last winter. I woke up from a coma that the doc said I was in for a month. My entire body except my head had lost any and all motor functions of my arms and legs. Luckily, I've been using my mouth, primarily my tongue, to lick the E button. It's the only way I've been able to master video with my limited motor function. Goddamn. I don't even know if you could, never mind, you could pay me. You could, enough money you could pay me to do anything. But goddamn, licking a keyboard is nasty. I wouldn't do it just for free, I tell you that much. How bad can it be? Hey, I know where my hands have been. Especially Bobo with that one-ply toilet paper. And I guess you too, you play Warrior. Actually, we're all Savior mains anyway, so. Yeah, we're all in the Savior waiting room. Yeah, I think so. I think Savior has the chance to be the biggest release this game has seen since like DK. Can we get a male Savior? Yeah, it's called Warrior. Striker Mystic was huge? Not really. Mystic became huge because it was so blatantly broken at grinding and PvP. Striker's never really been like a super popular class. It's had times where it was moderately popular, but I don't think there was ever times where it was like crazy popular like any of the other outliers. I remember when Mystic was grinding like 40% faster than every other class in the game for like a whole year. That shit was crazy. It was called Jesus, Male Savior, true. Yo, this is like the second deck accessory I've seen listed. Another deck Prion by Septimus, get your order up. I just like the fact that my Awakened Sage is getting a damage bump against all of the tanky classes, especially Gauntlets. My damage is going up the most. That makes me happy. Already decked out? It's tempting to buy a deck Prion, but right now I just don't want to spend money on that. I want to save my silver for the actual stuff. I think almost universally, except for maybe a couple classes, I think most people are going to start doing more damage to gauntlets after these changes, if they implement them the way they say they're going to implement them on global. Revenge of the Casters, yeah. What in the rock, paper, scissors they do to my damage, or do to damage numbers, yeah. Yeah, 5% isn't that big of a deal. It is kind of weird. But you're going to have a certain set of classes that are designed. It looks like they're trying to aim for them to kill tanks. Tanks are designed to kill the damage dealers. Damage dealers are designed to kill the rush classes. But 5%. I don't know. It's something, I guess. So they are going to streamline damage modifiers to 89.29% across the board, right? So every single class in the game, all of these, 89.29, 89.29, 89.29. Now they recognize that some classes, that's going to be a reduction in their damage. So they are going to buff them accordingly. So what they're doing with... Sorry, don't have time to explain it anymore. Sorry. So what they're going to do is take all of your class modifiers. Oh, look at that. You beat me to it, Howie. They're going to take all the class modifiers that your class has, and they're going to average it out. And then if they need to, they're going to buff your damage accordingly. So this way, it feels in general roughly the same. But in general, right? That means classes where you've already had higher modifiers for or lower modifiers for, you're going to see a buff in these cases and a nerf in these cases. And because strikers generally have always been the ones that you've done the least damage to, most classes are getting a buff against them. And then the classes that most classes do lots of damage to, you're going to see a slight nerf in how much damage they take, right? Whoa, there's crowded channels? Wait a goddamn minute. We need to go refresh our house buff. Well, it will work out to be a net damage buff against strikers and gauntlets, right? Because if they are going to take... Why is it not working? There we go. Wizard, where are you? Wizard, wizard, wizard. There it is. Yeah. You guys are actually really close. Wizard actually might be one of the classes that's affected the least by these changes. Because they are already hovering just a little bit above and below. So there's going to be almost no difference for them. I love it. More Huntler complaining. Oh my goodness. I like PA more every single day. Oh, goddamn. That's just funny. Actually, you know what this tells me? Since the new global class modifier is so close to wizards, it makes me think that wizard has been the only balanced class, and everybody above it is unbalanced, and everybody below it needs buffs. Which I think is just shy. That's under it. Are we complaining? Like I said, I would prefer class mods to exist, but them to use it regularly. But I also don't think that they should have like both specs, Awakening and Suck, in the same class mods. Both have very different toolkits and very obviously should have different mods. But then I think about that. Do we really want them to have to balance class mods? Do we expect them... Do we think it's reasonable for them to balance like 52 different specs, 54 different specs, how they all interact with the other 51 different specs in the game? That is an absolutely tremendous undertaking. And I understand why they haven't been touching it. It's just, it's obviously overwhelming for them. And at that point, if they're not going to use it, then they might as well lose it. There's no point having the mods at that point if they're not going to touch them, because they don't serve the purpose they were designed for anymore. In fact, they actually create some of the issues. Maybe they should stop making two classes? I disagree. I like that they're constantly adding new classes. I think that's one thing that this game has going for it, is PA's really good at creating cool and unique classes. I have no issue with them dumping classes all the time. That's obviously my subjective opinion. Well, they're replacing human damage with player damage. So probably like all your RBF crystals that have human damage, they'll be player damage, not human damage anymore. Yeah, I think there's one thing for certain. In 2 months from now, this game's gonna feel completely different than it does today. It's gonna be a weird feeling if you're a player that just quit like in the last month and you come back in 3 months. I'm all for it too. I like shakeups. That's one thing that I think is one of my strengths, is I find myself a very adaptable person. You like to shake it? Yeah, I do. Only for my wife. Savior will be the first class where they give it like a flame tower ability that CCs you through protections. She'll call holy light down upon her enemies and it'll stun them through protections. No, Zerker has 2 in its Succession kit and 1 in its Awakening kit for 3 grabs total. Not seeing many of these Wukong mains anymore. Guess they were just wanting Fodom. Oh, they'll be back. Don't worry. PA's buffing the class every week. Come on, Howie. You should know how this works. Most classes don't become busted until a month after release, except for DK and Suckmegu. Those are the ones that were just nuts right off rip. And then Scholar got fucked because it never became nut. It was just strong in AOS because of the way heal debuff stacking worked in there, but outside of there, it just did nothing all the time. Scholar kind of got hosed. It never got its time to really shine. No, if I'm not mistaken, the Deadeye didn't initially have the... There were some things that got patched in within the month after that pushed it over the top. It was decent, but it wasn't overpowered. Like, I'm not wanting... I didn't say these classes, like other classes, were weak in the first month. It just they didn't become busted until after a month. With Deadeye, I think it was like protections. It had a lot more gaps initially, and its movement didn't feel as smooth. It still had like some of the main things people called bullshit, but it had like weaknesses, right? But then they gave it more protections, more forward guards, and smoothed out its movement. I'll be honest, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to Awakened Dosa. so I can't really comment so much on it. Yeah, I think Deadeye was a really cool class, a smooth class that they released. Like I said, I really like PA releasing lots of classes. I think they do a good job at creating new and unique classes. Ooh, Mr. Grimkill. Congratulations. What's happening to grabs? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Nah. They're making it so grabs, all grabs, have a 0.3 second wind up, like a little animation leading into it. There's a indicator, like a little cue, a visual representation of the grab being attempted, so people know. And then, if you fail... Sorry, it's 0.3 seconds for melee grabs and up to 0.7 for range grabs. And then if you fail, there's a 0.4 second wind down. So for 0.4 seconds after, you won't be able to do an ability. Basically going to make it so you have to be careful with your grabs. Much, much more careful than now. And definitely raises some concerns with some classes. The only way to catch them is grabs. But maybe that's something they'll address further down the road. Cope. No, it's for all grabs. All grabs are being nerfed. Every single grab in the game. Ranged grabs are going from 0.4 to 0.7, but all melee grabs are 0.3 on the front end and 0.4 on the back end. All grabs are being nerfed, which is a good thing. If you can make the argument, well, how are you ever going to catch these classes that are uncatchable? And you're going to try to use that argument for why they shouldn't nerf grabs? Kind of a self-defeating argument, because if that's your stance, then how do you think non-grab classes feel? Right? Like... if you're that worried, now you're going to have to know what you're grabbing. Instead of just pressing E when it comes off cooldown because you can, now you're going to have to pay attention. Is this class doing an ability too close to me that they shouldn't be doing right now? And if the answer is yes, then you grab them. You're going to have to know the matchups better. Which I think is a good thing. When you can be an Awakened Sage and you just hit your Impaling Flash and then press E and then bolt out of it and it's damn near impossible to punish, and you can have really good success with it, that's a problem. That's bullshit. That's not skill. That's not skill when you're doing something that's damn near unpunishable and very often rewarded. So I'm very happy that that's happening. Well, we don't know if shies are getting nerfed. They did say that they were going to remove the % reduction, but we don't know what the flat reduction is going to be. They can make the flat reduction minus 300 DR and minus 300 evasion. It could end up being stronger than before, you guys. We don't know necessarily whether it's a nerf. Yeah. There's definitely other issues that are going to be exposed. And I think that's the better way to look at it, right? There's some people who are like, well, if you nerf these grabs, there's some classes that'll be ungrabbable. So therefore, we shouldn't nerf the grabs. It's like, no, how about we just have two problems, and we need to tackle one before we can tackle the other? How about we tackle both problems? I don't think one problem justifies not tackling the other, right? It just means there's work for them to do. Maybe some classes should be ungrabbable? You think so? I'm fine with that as long as there's a trade-off somewhere else. Right? I'm fine with there being strengths. I think strengths and weaknesses are what help define classes and make classes interesting. So, as long as there's a weakness to accompany that, I'm fine with it. Torque main? So yeah. Nobody would have guessed that. Nobody. Once upon a time, the Sork weakness was its lack of mobility, but it definitely doesn't have that anymore. That class fucking schmoes. Forced to lock FPS at 1? Oh my goodness, man, it's playing in a slideshow. They are removing resists, yeah. What will Sage's weakness be? Well, it used to be stamina, right? And then they removed that, and that's why I don't like it. I think they should bring back stamina management. I think it's okay for an Awakened Sage to be able to apply good offensive pressure. I think Impaling Flash Knockback is garbage. I think it's way too strong. Even without Click to Move, I think it's too strong. But, it's okay if an Awakened Sage can apply good offensive pressure. But the problem is when it can apply that pressure and do it forever, because it has damn near infinite stamina these days, right? And when I say infinite stamina, I'm saying hyperbolically, right? It technically doesn't have infinite stamina, but it can outstam everybody else in the game. And if a class can always outstam you, no matter how good they're playing, then it feels like they have infinite stamina, and it's fair to characterize it as that. And that's currently how Awakening Sage is you can outstam damn near everything except maybe a Sugzerk. Which is kind of obnoxious to say, because everybody knows how ridiculous their stamina is, even after their nerfs. You know, they're still really good in the stamina department. Wait, what? Why didn't I move those? Mm-hmm. 10 years of protection, yep. I wonder if it'll even let me cap my FPS at 1. Oh, fuck, I hit the wrong thing. There you go, chat. 1 FPS. Yo, you guys ready? Oh, 1 frame every second. I can't even move my camera. Ready? Impaling flash, baby. Here we go. Why isn't it starting? Here we go. We actually didn't even move that far. What the hell? Okay, judgment. Here we go. Into the air. Yo! Goddamn, look at us! Oh, wait, we didn't even move. This isn't working at all. Wait a minute. What are you watching? I just turned the game into slideshow mode. Did you hear Choice ult got banned? Yeah. Because Choice was naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty Choice! What did he do? Something with one of the events, whether it was the 10 billion for making a new character or it was the mentor-mentee thing. He'll be able to comment on it the next time he streams. I think it's important to just wait for Choice to go live and talk about it because, right, there's going to be lots of speculation and, you know, there's obviously people out there who don't like Choice and they're going to be like, oh, you should have got permaban. It's just going to be a bunch of noise. Just wait for the man to fire up his stream. He'll be able to give more details on what actually happened. Godrix, I don't feel like explaining it for the 17th time. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Just like a never-ending thing today. The TLDR, if this makes it more understandable, is yes, they're streamlining everybody's Class V class modifiers to 89.29%. And then they're going to take your modifiers, average them out across all classes, and then depending on what your average is right now, they're going to buff your abilities or nerf your abilities accordingly so it in general feels the same. And keyword there is in general, right? Obviously, classes that were on the lower end of your damage or on the higher end of their damage, you're going to feel a damage bump or decrease, respectively. I prefer DSR over Pig because it actually gives XP too, but if you don't care about XP, Pig's pretty cool. I mean, I like the Pig spot too. But I'm so close to 67 now that I just want to finish it, and I'll never get it if I stay here at Pig Cave. I prefer Corrupted at this spot because it's not about how fast you kill the one you can get all back attacks on. It's about how slow you kill the one that you're not getting full back attacks on. And it's difficult to guarantee full back attacks against all the mobs. Okay, I'm getting fucked up. Does anyone grind normal Pig? Your dad? Sorry. I'm sorry, Howie. I take it back. I'm sure your mother's an angel. Look at that, Mr. Kythar hooking us up with a fresh goon buff. Who would have thought that Kythar is a gooner? Not me, not once. Never suspected that for a second. Yeah, so I am doing the flow, which is WQ. You're just hitting Shift Q. WQ starts with Judgment, so this is WQ. And if you hold Q, then it does the follow-up and throws you forward. Basically, those are two separate abilities that you can chain into each other in either direction. So you can start with Judgment and go into Divine Executioner, or start with Divine Executioner and go into Judgment. Or use them separately. Not a terrible way to move, right? Because like if I do like for example, right, like impaling aftershock, it spins my camera, but if I do WQ, it instantly spins it around, and then if I hold Q, then it throws me forward. So it's a nice little burst movement chain that even though it spins your camera twice, it, like, you know, because it does it twice, it corrects it. Ooh, a bond. That's 2 bonds already. We're cooking today. Today's the day, you guys. Remind me too, you guys, after this I need to do a Lesra. She has a scratch that needs to be itched, and I have the perfect tool to do it. Ooh, Bond, let's go. Ooh, Bond, let's go. I know, Grim. I thought you were in here. I said congratulations, but I guess that wasn't muted. Or I guess you had me muted, I mean. I saw the ping, and I was like, ooh, Grim kill, congrats. And you didn't say anything. I was like, okay, this bougie bitch, goddamn. Fucking fame getting to his head. Mr. Hollywood here ignoring me. Classic Digi, yeah. I don't play Wukong. The man would to ask about that would probably be Divios. Didn't see that. I can't believe it's already 2 o'clock today. God damn. I am so excited for next week's Global, though, to actually see all these things in action. Remember, you guys, I think it is important, too. All of these things on Global Lab are subject to change. Right now, there's a lot of things that are changing. And they recognize that, too, like, even in their posts, that they don't want to get this stuff out. Because they know that there's other variables that they need to have in there and at the same time. What'd they do to grabs? They nerfed them. That's what they did. Big fat nerf. Oh. Yeah, look at you. Look at you. Race you. I mean, 0.3 seconds on the attempt is still pretty short. It just makes it, if you're not in a locked animation and you're paying attention, you can react to it. But if they do an animation too close to you that they shouldn't be doing, then you still grab them. People are acting like 0.3 seconds is a lifetime. Still pretty quick. It's a reactable time. So it's a time where from the grabber's perspective, they just can't be throwing out the grab every chance. It's off cooldown. Nice V-neck. This shirt's kind of shitty. I need to like iron it or something. Try to steam it, starch it. See if I can get the collar a little less saggy than it used to be. I don't know what it is. All my collars do this. Yeah. That big orange glow you see happens is the animation basically saying this person tried to grab, so you can't miss it. But like, look how fast that is. From the time you see that burst start to when the grab lands, and you can tell when the grab lands because watch the super armor animation, right? That pops up as soon as the grab lands. So that little gap between that animation and that super armor is still super fast. So let's, like, this idea, like all of a sudden it's going to be impossible to grab people is just fucking obnoxious. What this does hurt is people who just press E every time it's off cooldown and aren't paying attention to their opponent. They might get punished more often because they have a slightly bigger gap. Yeah. The whip or the attempt too, right? Oh, fuck. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say that, because Danny. If you're not having fun, don't play. If you're having fun, play. Don't force yourself to play if you're not having fun. It's not worth it. The main way FPS affects the windows of your abilities is when you can cancel out of them. Because of the way inputs happen in regards to FPS, every time you press a button on your keyboard, it waits for the next frame to be being drawn for when it executes the key press. So when you have a higher frame rate, it increases, like if you go from 100 FPS to 200 FPS, you now have double the amount of windows to press a key. So it basically means like if you separate a full second, 100 FPS, that's a frame every 10 milliseconds. If all of a sudden you have 200 FPS, that's a frame every 5 milliseconds. So that means your potential to cancel out of an ability goes up potentially 5 milliseconds. And that's where additional speed from higher FPS comes from. That's why Awakening Warrior was one of the best examples of being affected by high FPS, is because they were able to do a lot of cancels, which meant that the higher FPS was, 3 second savings here, 5 milliseconds, sorry, not seconds, milliseconds, 3 milliseconds here, 5 milliseconds there, etc., right? All of these things, they add up over the course of a full combo, where all of a sudden, maybe you're at maybe 100 millisecond difference. And a lot of that difference isn't usually between like 100 and 2 millisecond difference. A lot of it back in the day was like between people who are playing with like 30 FPS and some people who are playing with 100, right? Because that's where the difference really manifests itself. Because if you're playing with 30 FPS, like that's what, a frame every 33 milliseconds? What that means, right, in the case of that extreme, is if, like, let's say the previous frame just finished being drawn, and 1 millisecond later you press the key press. Well, now it's going to wait 32 milliseconds for the next frame to be drawn before it does the next input. And that's where you can see really significant drops in your combo time. But, I mean, who's really playing with 30 FPS anymore? Console? True. True. December or January? It'll be the Calpheon Ball in December. Whenever they do the Calpheon Ball, it'll be released the week after. Have they ever done a Calpheon Ball late November? I feel like maybe once. Not true, I play with 120 FPS. Is it a true 120 FPS though, or is it post-processed? Because it's important to, typically if you're playing on console, you're playing on a television, and televisions are pretty notorious for having post-processing features, unless they have a game mode built into them. Oh, there you go. Then you don't have to worry about that. I don't know if consoles have any built-in post-processing. I don't imagine they would, considering post-processing is usually terrible for gaming. Because they wait for the frame to be drawn, and then they post-process it after it's drawn, and then show you the frame. So it usually adds latency, right? So I can't imagine a console would do that. Otherwise, people would lose their minds and turn that shit off immediately. If possible to turn off. Do you think I'm grinding in a PvP setup? Is that your way of saying that I'm slow as a bitch? That's fucked up. No, I'm in a PV setup. Oh, because I have the human damage thing up there. That's why you thought that, yeah. That's why you thought that. That makes sense. Good looking out. But no, I'm in my PV setup. I just have this configured badly. Yeah, it would be nice.
Thank you all for showing up to that banger GVG last night. That's how you keep on skeptic playing BDO. Pull the fuck up and we all bang together like a fucking family. Stay active, stay wrecked.
That's true in spots where there's two or three different types of mobs in one area. Yeah, it looks like they're changing it to player damage. All the RBF crystals, I'm sure, will be converted to player damage crystals. I don't know what they're going to do with the human damage, like Lightstones and Lightstone set. Are they going to keep it like human damage for against monsters, or was that originally designed for against players, right? They're going to have to kind of pick a lane in that regard. But I think it's clear that the crystals from RBF are meant for PvP, considering you do PvP to earn them. It depends, I guess. If they separate the two main hands, because as it stands right now, what you're saying is true, right? Monster damage usually doesn't matter how you get it, it affects both hands. But they might end up making it so those are hand dependent. But otherwise, if they don't, yeah, what you're saying is true. That does seem like it would be insane, though, if you're getting 600, you know, or an extra 800 AP from each hand. We'd be running around with, what, 3,000 AP then? Unless maybe it just uses your highest one? No, sub offhand isn't in game, or sub offhand. Yeah, I think it's going to be based on the spec too. Maybe if you're awakened, it only uses the awakening one for it. If you're suck, it only uses the suck one for it. What if you're ascension though? Because you kind of use both your weapons for that one. Maybe it'll just depend on the ability. Yeah. I think it's good, no gamble. I think people should have to strategically aim their grabs instead of just pressing E every time it's off cooldown. I think that change is going to punish bad players that just press E for success. And I think it's still fast enough that good players know when to grab, and they will still land grabs. But like a lot of the new Awakened Sages these days, they just press E every time it's off cooldown because it's so fast and so hard to punish. Yep, and that's the thing too, is it's not like it just hurts grab classes, it helps them too. Grab classes are also susceptible to being grabbed, so they'll be harder to grab too, right? I think it's a reasonable trade-off. You have a CC that ignores forward guards and super armors? Yes, there should be a trade-off, and I think speed is a perfectly fine trade-off. Best deal for a grab is a grab. That's a big true. I'll race you, John. No! Gilmore, you bitch! Why was it so short? Oh, fuck. Wait, what happened to our music? That's better. I did collect my seals. See? Meh. I collected it real fast. You guys are just too slow. Can you move the otter backpack? You can, yeah. It's a tradable item. I'll be back in a minute. Just like my dad permanently AFK. What the hell? What do you mean permanently AFK? Can't get up and go to the bathroom? Go do Elezra. We're gonna use my shockingly large javelin to scratch her itch. The final Gladios. Ah, wrong button, fuck.
Need you gone.
Shit, I should have changed one of my bombs. Oh, I wish this lawn could fucking stay still. Holy crap. How do you guys expect me to grab her? I feel like I've never had the lawn. This is way more annoying than I remember ever having. Like, oh my fucking god. Oh, now it's iframing like crazy. Great. Oh my god, I got fucking comboed. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's change the bomb. So we're doing? Yes. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't worth doing.
Need you gone.
That lawn is super fucking annoying. I should have killed it so much faster. Wait, why did my fucking potion not activate? I hit my hotkey. There we go.
Need you gone. At the end of your journey, forged by the tides of the world, what destiny awaits you?
Iframe? Somebody clip that? I was nowhere near a red zone.
Need you gone. At the end of your journey, forged by the tides of the world, what destiny awaits
You trash. Yeah, sit there in iframe for a million years. Oh, I shouldn't have. I thought I could get the one interrogate off. I'm just being greedy now. Are people going to complain a lot more about desync? People are always going to complain about desync.
I told you so. Gone.
There is no limit to that. People will always find some way to alleviate themselves of accountability instead of trying to find ways to improve their situation. Remember, all the best players in the game also are playing the same game and dealing with the same desync. It's just every time that shit happens to them, they don't throw their hands up in the air and go, oh, well, there's nothing I could have done there. That was desync. They say, okay, no. What could I have done to put myself in a situation where desync isn't going to affect me as much? Right? Us ethical blur users. I haven't used blur in a while, though. I wonder if they're going to remove blur. That frickin' DK has been iframe forever. What the hell? Oh shit, I took my eye off the screen. I'm good. Vacuum tried to suck me into that shit. There we go. Stage 2. What's hitting me right now? What the fuck? Oh, fuck me. I don't know what the hell that was. That just stunned me there. Why was it in high frame? You fucking bastard.
Need you gone. At the end of your journey, forged by the tides of the world, death awaits you.
I didn't blame desync. Did you hear me say desync? You said desync. Okay. Oh, fuck you, 100. Fuck you, 100. Oh my god, that fucking hurt! Holy fuck! Did I take my gear off or some shit? I don't remember that shit hitting so goddamn hard. No. Fuck you for not sticking to him, goddammit. Damn, we got a lot of these pads to do. Shit, did it not hit that pad? Sorry, we got this one. Gotta go back to this one, finish off this ranger. Oh no, we did hit this pad. We just gotta hit this one again. Fuck, now this one too. God damn it. Where is my cube? There it is. Okay, now we should be able to hit the middle again. No, we can't. God damn it. What is going on? These fucking pads are pissing me off. Come on. Fucking drop, god damn it. Okay. Get over here, cube. Now we chillin'. Now we finish this thing off. You gotta be fucking kidding me! What the fuck was that shit? And now I can't hit it again! God damn it! Oh, fuck me. Oh god, now 2 of these pads aren't hittable again. Three of them. Where's my cube at? Get over here, cube! Fine, we'll go the other side. That bitch wants that side, we take this side. Wait, did that pad not get hit? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Finish it off. Holy fuck.
No.
Jesus. Those pads are being a pain in my ass. You know, give me my box. I better get a bajillion silver out of this. Should give me a pen debo after dealing with that nonsense. And we got a... Fuck you. Stupid game. Yeah, I probably would have been better off grinding than getting a base debo. Well, if you do it relatively quick, the one debo compensates you for your time, even if it's a base, and you can't get anything less than a base. But if you manage to get like a duo or a try, then it's definitely worth it. Unless it ends up taking you a fuckload of attempts. What gear score? Well, all of the gear. I don't know, it probably depends on your class. Look at that, already sold. Oh my god, I'm so rich. Probably to a Menti account, yeah. No, they're all banned. Ooh. Divios, oh my god, what a big global lab. Not that it's on there, but goddamn. What do you make of all that shit? Right? The rock, paper, scissors thing? It was funny because we were like, wait a minute. No, surely they don't. Although 5% isn't that big of a deal. It's enough to be like, okay, but not enough where it's like the old days with like Awakened Mystic countering DKs. It's not like that. Pretty sick overall, I agree. And tell me if you agree with me on this, Divios, in regards to the grabs. I feel like a 300 millisecond windup is still really fast. And it just makes it like if you're paying attention and you have the opportunity, you can react to it if you're a fast person. But it's still like so fast that if you're stuck in any type of animation, you're going to get grabbed. And the back end is a good like punishment where if you're not paying attention to what the person's doing, you're just not going to want to just throw grabs anymore because it's off cooldown. You're going to want to wait until you see that Scars of Dust, that dimensional compression, or other abilities that some classes have when they're locked into it. I feel like this is huge for Suck Sage. Yeah, Suck Sage I think will be significantly harder to grab. Musas, Meiwas, lots of classes. The non-grab classes are, yeah. I think overall it's a good thing. And a lot of people, like a lot of grab classes are super upset. They're like, oh, this is bullshit. How am I ever going to grab anything anymore? How am I ever going to grab this or that or the other? It's like, what do you think non-grab classes have been dealing with? They've always been having to deal with not being able to catch those people. It's just, now it's going to be a little bit more fair, right? And let's remember that there's two sides to this too. Not only, it's not like grab classes aren't being grabbed. Like as an Awakening Sage, I don't think I get grabbed anymore unless I do like a really long animation right next to somebody. I think it's such a good change. I think it's such a good change. People who are good and know the animations of their opponents, they will still land their grabs. They will still fuck shit up. People who are just pressing E every time it's available will now get punished for doing that shit. That is a good change. Ah. The fact that we call them grab classes is an issue. It does point to the issue, right? Range grab delay up to 0.7 seconds. Yeah. I wonder if how that's going to work. Because it almost seems like it's suggesting that depending on like... One second. Let me pull up my little drawing thing here. Right? Like if I have Awakening Sage grab, right? Is this going to be 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6, 7 seconds, and then 7 seconds, right? Or... Because this kind of seems to be like what they're implying. Oh, wait, why did I put a 3 there? Okay. Or are they going to separate the range class grabs into different times? Like, is Awakening Corsair going to be 7 seconds? And then, like, I don't know what the shortest range grab is, but are they going to be 4 seconds? Because I don't see how they do this system without it being weird. Because does that mean that if I throw a grab and there's nobody there, it's going to be like 4, 5, 6, 7. Or obviously not that slow, but you know what I mean? I don't think they do that because then that really makes like if you miss a ranged grab, that means it's going to be a 1.1 second. Like if I throw that shit and there's nothing there, if I have to deal with 0.7 and then a 0.4 recovery on top, I never press E then. I never press E because it's just not worth the risk. But then again, if it's a 0.7, I don't know, like you would really have to be thinking about where you're going to be throwing your grab. I know, I do like there being a risk, though. I'm not trying to say against it. I think it's going to change everything, and I like it because the fact that grabs get to ignore forward guards and ignore super armors, there should be a trade-off, and I think speed is the perfect trade-off. It's the perfect trade-off. If you have a grab that ignores 2 of the 3 CCs in the game, there needs to be a trade-off. Where'd my dot go? There it is. Yeah, it's I think in the game in general it makes the game better. Yeah, melee grabs got nerfed too. They're a they're 300 milliseconds with a 400 millisecond recovery if they miss. Range grabs go up to a 700 millisecond with still that same 400 millisecond if they miss. It's going to make you have to think about your grab. Like I said, Awakened Sages right now, you know what they do? They do this, and they bolt. They try to hit you with a knockback, they try to hit you with the grab, and then they bolt, and it's damn near impossible because you're invisible, it throws a CC, then the grab comes out, and then they're instantly in a protection over again. And Awakened Sages have tremendous success just doing that. And it targets that big time. I am full for it. I also, another thing that I love Divios is the fact that they are reducing the AP gap between classes, but then adjusting the modifiers. So when those PvE changes come in, you don't have classes like Sage who get fucked by 5% caps, right? It's going to feel a lot more streamlined through that progression, no matter what class you are. I think that's really nice. Because I hated place, as a Sage, I hated place like Hex and Trolls and basically anything with a 5% cap, because I felt like I was being unnecessarily punished for my damage being driven through AP instead of multipliers. Will they? I mean, you would hope so, right?
Shit, I think it's got my all-out attack equipped. Oh, and Loot Scroll. Yeah, I appreciate you. Love isn't always
On time. Oh, no, no. Is it clear yet, Velia or Event Beach? What do you mean clear? There's a Determine event going on there. Oh. Awakened Sage hasn't been deep bottom for a very, very long time. It's just been a class that requires effort in managing your stamina and your positioning. Until recently, when they removed the stamina and they just gave it. Because you have... Awakening Sage has been a good class for a long time. It just hasn't been busted. And they made it busted. They gave it a god tier catch, and they gave it unlimited stamina, and then they bumped its damage too on top, because why not do fucking everything, right? Even if they completely removed the PvP changes they did, it would still be a perfectly fine class.
Emotional damage. Spiggity boom boom, yes, 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 yes.
When our iframes get nerfed, that's what has me worried. Is this does become a slippery slope. I don't think iframes need to be nerfed. Like classes that are iframe heavy, I don't think they necessarily need to be nerfed. There just needs to be appropriate trade-offs. If you just start going down the road of, well, now this is the new best thing, let's nerf that. And well, now that's the new best thing, so now we gotta nerf that. And now that's the new best thing. Before you know it, the game becomes very boring because everybody's just a copy of each other. I don't think we need to go down this road of that needs to be nerfed. I think we need to ask at an individual class level, where's the trade-off? If it has this strength here, if it's a 10 in this category, then where is it weak, right? Where is it a 5? Best way to fight a Sork is just leave? That hasn't been true for a while. Sorks can actually chase now. They sped Sorks up quite a bit. Sorks haven't been slow for a long time. That used to be the trade-off. Yep. Sorks are not a slow class anymore. They haven't been for a little while. I'm pretty sure both were affected by it. I don't know which one. Like, I don't play it. I can't say whether one was affected more or the other. I mean, typically both classes will use movement from the main hand. So if there's any additional movement in the Awakening, which Awakening has Shadow Leap, I don't think Shadow Leap's main hand, right? That's Awaken. So maybe Awaken benefited more. But they're definitely both much faster than they used to be. It's not like the old days where you just hold W and laugh at the Sork chasing you. Oh yeah. The disappearing from the map in Nightmare was insane. When they did that, I thought they were going to do that to Suck Sage, and that would be one of the biggest buffs to Suck Sage you could ever do. Especially with this grab change too. If they did that on top of this grab change, Suck Sage would be back big time for next AOS. If you can't track it when it's in Rift anymore by using your mini-map, and you can't just instantly grab it when it comes out. Yo, I think we're going to see some Suck Sages again next season. That would not be okay? It really wouldn't. It would be kind of scary. You have this class that comes out and it's like a game of whack-a-mole, but where the mole comes out and whacks you instead. Yeah, beams. Once again, Divios and I joked about this in the past. We were like, imagine they let you split up beams. And we're like, no, imagine if they gave it a forward guard. And we thought like both of those would be really strong. And then they ended up doing both. We thought individually they would both be strong. And then they ended up doing both. This shit is funny as hell. I don't think they doubled the range on it. I'm pretty sure they just fixed the animation. The hitbox on it, when you originally did it, it did this. Let me pull up my drawing board, right? When you threw beams, even though the animation was out here. Oh, 1 second. Let me get the non-filled box. Even though the animation was like... Here, let me go top down too, like this. Even though the animation was out here, it was hitting like right here instead. So all they did was move that hitbox to match the animation. And that's what made it feel like it had more range. It was just bugged when it first came out. Yeah. And then they did both. Oh my goodness. You know what I find weird about the classifications too? I think having like, if you have Suck Zerk is damage, Suck Sage is damage, and Awaken Sage is rush, that kind of makes sense, right? Suck Sage does seem to be the damage one, and Awaken Sage more of a rush class. But then when you have like Wizard, and you have Suck Wizard as the damage, but Awaken Wizard as the rush, like when is Awaken Wizard rushing? Who's ever felt rushed by Awaken Wizard aside from the TP? Or Awaken Megu? Awaken Megu, they have Awaken Megu as damage, but Suck Megu is rush. It's like, I'm pretty sure Awaken Megu is the one that rushes you. Suck Megu is in the back throwing damage. 2 times TP died? True. Like the old dropping hundos day, eh? They'd put on that DP set, TP behind the back line, and just hundo people in the back. Tank hybrid DPS? Yeah, maybe. I feel like, though, at least currently, Duck Sage is built more hybrid than Awakening Sage. Written on the stars. I have never heard of that. That's true. That's a very valid point. Yeah, you don't have those buffs and heals on Suck. No. Choice's alt account got banned. Not his main account. He was naughty, 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 naughty. I know, right? So many in EU. Despicable. Those EU players, absolutely unethical. Banned for what? Not brushing their teeth. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I think it had something to do with one of the events. I'm sure Choice will give the specifics. Maybe they have, like next time he goes live. He might go live tonight or tomorrow. I can't remember when he normally... Yeah, I think he normally streams Friday nights. I'm sure when he goes live, he'll be able to explain, and there'll be, you know, people can stop speculating. What if this just means EU has 10 times the population? Maybe. Maybe EU is carrying. Wukong is cool. Yeah, if you want to watch somebody play a lot of Wukong, you need to check out Disto. Unfortunately, he doesn't stream. He is the true Wukong main. The guy who followed him and was inspired by Disto, though, is Divios. He does stream. You can check him out. I'm doing some fishing right now to see if Disto's lurking. It turns out he isn't. Because he would have typed something to me in game immediately. He'd have been like, hell yeah, brother. Yo, Divios, with them averaging out, so you know how they're increasing class mods or changing class mods to be 89.29 across the board? But how they're going to balance that is they're going to average like every individual class, their class mods, and then increase multipliers to compensate or reduce multipliers to compensate. It looks like most classes in the game are going to get a damage buff against like Striker and Mystic. Because if they just go based off the class average, then anything that's at the lower end, you're going to get a buff, and everything that's at the higher end, you're going to get a slight nerf. And I'm pretty sure Gauntlets are at the lower end for most classes. Oh, Mystic does damage. The reason why most Mystics feel like they do no damage is because they build like fucking 2 evasion crystals and a whole bunch of DP nonsense, and they're like, how come I don't do as much damage? I have 700 AP. How come I don't do as much damage as this person who's doing 1,000 AP? That's bullshit. My class is broken. It's like, well, if you stop being a bitch and ran some damage. Yeah, Huntler, just run damage, coward. Tell him, Mark. Tell him. Reminds me of back in the day. Hands was like 100 gear score under, I think it was Huntler. And Huntler, they were doing like a 1st to 10. And the first, Huntler beat Hands. And then Hands was like, yo, wait a minute, I don't have my buffs on. So that man just went and popped a food buff, and then he ended up beating Huntler. And that was before harmonies. Like, it's not even like he was using consumables. You think that would be the eye-opener that, you know what? Maybe consumables are a big deal. Maybe when you choose not to... If you choose to be a frugal bitch and not use them, yes, you're going to do a lot less damage. With percent Misty not being a thing, is DP still going to be more unkillable? It depends, right? Because they're changing it from a percentage reduction to a flat reduction, that isn't immediately a nerf. What they could end up doing is being like, you know what? Misty isn't going to be percentage based anymore, but it's going to be just a flat minus 500 DR. If they do that, then Misty's buffed. It's not nerfed, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean it's a nerf. We just don't know what the new number is. Yeah. Oh, take a look at Paladin, right? That was the Paladin thing. That man, even back in 2017, he'd go around picking mushrooms just so he can elixir check people all the time, right? And yeah, he was fucking unkillable because he ran all that shit. Yeah. Oh, there's so many people, right? There's so many people who are just, they don't pop consumables, and you can see that when you fight them, right? You dive into Digi, and all of them have consumables. You get annihilated. You get blown up so fast if you are not paying attention to your positioning. You run into a guild like Family where they're all pinching every penny they can get. Yeah, you run through them like a hot knife through butter because they're not popping any consumables. How he's typing, how he's typing, how he's typing. Give it a second. Give it a second. He'll press enter. I just like messing with Howie. Maybe he's AFK. For $1? I'm pretty sure you would do it for free. Stop acting like you want to get paid to do it. I'm pretty sure you would pay to do it. Is there an RBF buff guide? No. That's the one area where I wish that they would, I think they should have, like, RBF harmonies and RBF courages. Either one of two things. Either remove all the consumables, which I think the game just feels weird when people can't use consumables because we're so used to using them. I think just add RBF consumables that have, sound like a fucking seal. Or they should add RBF consumables that cost 1 silver and you can only use an RBF. And then this way, everybody can use them. Make them not removed on death. That is a good kind of middle ground, too, if they wanted to do that. I mean, we already have them. They have, like, trial perfumes and trial consumables. We even had RBF potions in the past, right? Back when you had to buy potions. So they clearly have the means to do this. They've already done it, right? So why not just have RBF consumables? Yeah, but when you're in RBF, sorry, when you're on a trial character and you go to the BA, or I guess you can only be in the BA, but there's consumables that you can only use on a trial character there. Yeah, or they could just make it a buff you get as soon as you're in there. Yeah, everybody just always has it. I want all capped content to just use Solaire gear myself. That's my dream. That's what I want them to do. Get rid of all of these nonsense caps and just have Solaire gear. And then when you're in capped content, to just use it the same set. You just set it and then forget it. Yeah. And the nice thing is it's equal balance because like flat stat caps punish some classes unnecessarily, right? Some classes who have really low DR but need slightly that have like if you have passives that give you stats in specific areas, that's basically stripped away from you at flat stat caps. So you're better off being a class with higher modifiers instead of having stat increases. I guess that's another way, like, if they do what they're saying with Sage and they increase multipliers and reduce the amount of AP we have, that means Sage is going to be stronger in capped content. Nice. Because in capped content, we have our AP stripped away from us there. Another deck Prion. What is going on? Is somebody cheating? Why is there so many deck Prions getting listed? Easy thing to swipe in my opinion. That's true. You can just swipe for crons and click, 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 click. Don't even need stacks. Yeah. Well, those changes aren't coming next week. They're hitting Global Lab next week. And then they're not going to hit us until the week after. Or maybe the week after that. How bad is the grab nerf realistically? Depends on the player. For the people who just press E every time it's off cooldown and aren't paying attention to what their opponent is doing, yeah, it's going to be a big nerf. They're going to realize that they're shit. And they've been crutching on a really strong CC. For the people who are actually good at the game and pay attention to what their targets are doing and no animations, yeah, they're still going to grab the fuck out of people. And then there'll be everything in between. Oh, shit. What a good day, man. Oh my god. I just love that the game's being shaken up. I've been sleeping so well the last few days too, but it's just like maybe I'm over rested, I don't know. I've only been sleeping for like 7 hours a night. No, this is a big one. This is a big shakeup. Like I said, part of me feels bad for Suckzerker because every time they do these like sweeping changes, like these, like nerfing slows across the board affected Zerker in a big way, right? Nerfing heals, like percentage-based healing across the board, nerfed Suckzerker, like Zerker in a big way. Removing click to move is going to nerf Zerker in a big way. Nerfing grabs is nerfing Zerker in a big way. Now, part of me wants to feel bad because they keep getting caught in these giant sweeping changes, but another part of me is like, wait a fucking minute. That just kind of shows how busted Zerker was, the fact that it was part of all of these things. Zerker's had fun for way too long. I just, you know, I'm an empathetic person. I don't want to see anybody's class become unplayable. And I'm not saying that's going to happen to them, but I just don't want to see it happen to anybody. I remember the days when there was like 3 Awakened Sages left on NA, because the class was nerfed so badly. Oh, I bet the forums are a real treat today. I bet the forums are full of Zerkers being like, this is bullshit! How am I ever gonna catch anybody? What the fuck? What do you expect me to do? You need to buff my class. And then all the non-grab classes are like, haha, losers! Now you have to deal with what we're dealing with, bitches! Oh, fucking funny. What's happening to Zerk? It's happening to everybody. Grabs across the board are being nerfed. Obviously, Zerker's kind of at the forefront of that when people think of grabs because they run around with 3 of them, right? Yeah. Not just those grabs too, like Tamer's grab is fucking crazy fast. Awakened Ranger's grab's crazy fast. Lon's grab is crazy. Kama Sylvia Waters, interesting. I wonder if anybody has that. Ooh, a full origin. I prefer coming here for the XP too. I'm trying to hit level 67. Pig Cave gives no XP. But yeah, technically it is better money. I also think that if the new grind spots, or with the PvE changes, make Darkseekers less appealing, then the supply of origins and hungers and stuff is going to go down dramatically. And I think everybody for the done armors will be using like a 300 stack plus every step of the way. So I think the demand for hungers is going to go up, and if the supply goes down, we could see hungers go up. Which in turn might make Darkseekers more appealing again. So I don't think they'll necessarily go up to max, but I think there is some potential there for them to go up. Oh yeah, those classes that instantly appear behind you and grab you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this makes grabs weak. It just means you got a trade-off. You have a CC that bypasses forward guards and super armor, so there's a trade-off of it being slower. That's one thing you will hear me advocate for all the time. I'm not about trying to make sure all classes are exactly the same. I like that some classes are stronger in areas. But if you're stronger in one area, you need to be a bit weaker in another area. That creates a more equitable environment because you feel like there's a cost paid for that strength. Yo, what is up, Aurelia Foulweather? I haven't seen you streaming video in forever. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you very much for the raid. Did I just put a red dot on the screen? Yes, I did. I'm back, boy! How long you been gone for? A lot has changed, and a lot is changing. Hopefully they make PvE more fun after all these changes.
Ooh, a bond! Let's go!
That's kind of a weird comment. I think fun is super subjective. POV. Death is the most consistent video streamer, and you have 2 accounts to get drops. So you turn off ad blocker only on his streams. God damn! You know what's a really good substitute, although maybe you can't? Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is a good way to have no ads. I still get ad revenue when the ad plays and you get to not watch it because of Prime. But Twitch Prime is really nice because if you're like me and you watch a lot of different streams, I can't afford to sub to every stream I watch. I watch so many of them. So, Twitch Prime is like massive savings for me. Turbo. Turbo, not Prime. You're right. Twitch Turbo. That's what I meant to say. I broke my spine and haven't worked in 5 years. I can't even afford a value pack. Shit. That fucking sucks. I couldn't imagine. How'd you break your spine if you don't mind me asking? You can sell Devourers on NA? Not really. I mean, you can, but it takes a while. I'm stockpiling them for future use.
Shut up and take my money.
Hey, with pleasure. I will gladly take your money. And you will get nothing in return. Calamity 3? Oh, jeez. I think they're all pretty easy, to be honest. I would hope so, Sloppy Octopus. Your name every goddamn time. I would hope so, because otherwise some content is going to be super trivialized. It looks like they do plan on, but the question is, are they going to get it all right? No, with my gear? Well, that's the thing, is Calamity 1 to 7 is all gear capped. So the only thing that matters really is your crystals. It's not really a short explanation, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of exhausted explaining all the individual things. Grabs nerfed. Modifiers changed. Mobs changed. Yeah. Another deck Prion? Oh, they just keep undercutting each other. That's what's going on. Oh, that makes sense. Excuse me. Oh, baby. Ugh. What's up, Draco? How you doing, man? What is weird pain? I think I have a headache coming on. Too much yelling. Oh, right there. Interesting. Relationship a couple months ago. God damn, a lot of relations in there. Just chilling, hitting the grind and BDO, you know, same old. I haven't updated it yet today, but this was the tally as of yesterday. What's up, Mr. Corgi? Mr. Corgster. I enjoyed it. I tried building more hybrid at the start, and every time I do that, I just hate it. I just like all gas, no brakes. So, yeah, I kind of floundered around at first, but ended up bouncing back once I said, fuck this. Fuck trying to survive. Let's just kill people. Oh yeah, that's what all that's for. The offhand and the alchemy stone. Yeah. I've been running 6 AP crystals for a long time now. You know what I even do too, Corgi? I've been doing this for a little while now. You see, I got DR blights? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Look at these bad boys. Magic AP with blight. An extra 8 AP. All I gotta give up is 24 DR. No big deal. I am so fucking squishy though. I am so squishy. We have no idea, Dreckle. We don't know any of the numbers. All of the numbers they showed were placeholders, very obviously. The Alchemy Stone rework won't be on global for like another almost 2 months. My theory, I definitely do not expect them to properly value it compared to what it's worth today to make. My theory is that they're going to make it 4,000 crons per click with 100, anywhere between 75 to 100 pities. But it's still going to be a 3% chance. So you'll be very unlikely to ever hit pity, but that's my theory. Or my prediction. Yeah. Yeah. That's an interesting question, Dracul, that I was wondering myself. With Sage having two variants to its grab, a long range and a melee portion, it is kind of, they might end up just removing the melee grab, or maybe they remove the range grab. I feel like Awakened Sage's grab, with that new system, like, I don't know how it's going to decide which grab it's going to use to do the initial timer. Because in order for it to decide, like, whether it's a range or a melee grab, the grab has to connect, right? And if the grab connects, then how do you decide on the timer? Because at that point, then the person's already grabbed, right? So it's like, it creates this really weird situation with Awakening Sage's grab being basically two different grabs in one. That might be one hurdle that, yeah, maybe that. I have a feeling they're probably cooking up some changes to Sage, and they're probably trying to make sure that it's all framed properly within these new changes. We might see our grab be pushed to a range-only grab or a melee-only grab. Honestly, I'd be fine with them just making our grab a melee grab. Get rid of the range. Now that we have a protected lightning surge to close the gap on our grab, I think we shouldn't have a range grab, to be completely honest. Or two grabs, they give us a second grab? You're right. PA might do it. I hope they don't too. That would be silly. If I had to choose between us keeping the range grab or the melee grab and losing the other, though, I'd keep just the melee. I think in the past, we kind of needed the range grab because we didn't have any proper, like, collision movement. Bolt would move you over the target. But I think with Lightning Surge now being protected, it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do that, right? And then go for the grab. The range grab does look cooler, yeah. The thing is if they converted us to a melee grab too, they might reduce the cooldown on it. Because if I'm not mistaken, we're still 17 seconds. And melee grabs are typically 15 seconds. Oh, there it is. Oh no, we're 18, not 17. Yeah, one hidden AP and some HP, that's it. Nothing really fantastic. What? How's that, John? Oh man, I might have to call it a day soon. Might be time to go step out in the backyard and get some sun and touch some grass and drink a beer. That'll wake me up. We just hit the 8-hour mark too. Maybe this is the perfect time. Holding it in. Well, chat, you know what? I think I'm going to call it a day here. Divios is doing a lot of talking about the global lab patch right now, so I think I'm going to send you guys over to him. I know a lot of you guys had some questions, and I'm kind of burnt out on answering them for the last 8 hours. So I'm going to send you guys over to Divios to burn him out. Thanks for hanging out, though, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And we will be back tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.